The owner of this burned out vehicle would vanish from his home in the middle of making lunch. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Angelo Desideri. Viewer discretion is advised. Angelo Desideri was born in February of 1931, and he lived most of his life in Phoenix, Arizona. By the time this story takes place, he's a single man. He's never been married. He's never really been tied down to anyone. He shared a home with his parents, but he was a very successful businessman. He owned his own store and seemed to make a pretty decent amount of money. He was well loved in the community. He had a ton of friends, and he was just a pretty down-to-earth, normal guy. On June 6, 1988, however, he would vanish. One of the shop owners who owned a store next to him would go to his store because she realized he hadn't opened it yet that day, which was highly unusual. So then a friend is made aware. The friend goes to the house. I guess his parents just weren't home that day, or I'm not too sure what the scenario is with them, but they weren't there. Angelo doesn't answer the door, so the friend goes to police. When police arrive, they gain entry to the house and everything seems pretty normal. No signs of a struggle, no forced entry. At first, it appears that nothing was stolen. And on the countertops was food in the middle of being made. There was like half-prepared lunch on the counters. It looked like something happened in the middle of Angelo making lunch. They then go to the garage and they realize his car is missing. So they ask a neighbor, and a neighbor says that the evening before they saw his car peel out of the garage, but it didn't look like Angelo driving. The day he's reported missing at 6:32 p.m. in San Diego, California, his vehicle is found burnt to a crisp. The car is wiped clean. No fingerprints, no blood. This person cleaned the bugs out of the vents. But Angelo was not in the car. And Angelo was never seen again. And they had absolutely no clue what happened to him. Clearly he met with foul play. Police believed maybe he was involved in something pretty shady. And in March of 1989, they got the answer. Police were tipped off of a man named Joe Callow, a known associate to Angelo. The tip was that Joe was told by someone about how that someone robbed and murdered Angelo. That someone is his friend, James Majors. So what James told Joe is that James would go to Angelo's house that day, charmed his way inside, put a gun to Angelo's head, and basically forced him to walk out of his house, and he put him in his own vehicle, and he drove the vehicle out with Angelo in the back. He then drove Angelo to the desert and shot and killed him. Now, this is all according to Joe Callow. Callow also said that Majors, in fact, did steal several belongings from Angelo's home, and that he kept those belongings in a storage unit. And then, a little while later, Joe Callow changes the story. He says that he and Majors were both hired to take out Angelo. They were hired to murder him. Why? Well, Angelo was apparently dealing drugs. He did so for a drug group run by Romano Sobroca. Angelo told Romano he wants out, he's done doing this. So Romano basically put out a hit on him. Because no one leaves the family. Then they found out that Joe here, well, he was also a hired hitman for several other murders. And Mr. Majors had already killed 3 other people, all in connection to this assassin-type role. So these men were arrested. Now, Angelo's body, by the way, was finally found in the desert, halfway between Phoenix and San Diego. A couple that were digging in the area just came across his remains, and he had been shot. So, Joe Callow was convicted of his murder plus 6 other hired hit-type killings, was sentenced to life in prison without parole, where he died in prison. James Majors was convicted of 3 unrelated homicides, and he was sentenced to death. He was never actually charged with or went to trial for the murder of Angelo Desideri, because he had already received the death penalty for 3 other murders. He died in 2017. I'm unsure if Romano Sobroca was charged with anything related to this. But I guess once you're in the business, I guess. Imagine a crocodile just leaping out of the water and grabbing you. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst animal attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 62-year-old Bill Scott, and he lived in Australia. In October of 2015, he and some friends and family, they were at Kakadu National Park, and Bill and I believe his wife and I want to say daughter, they were on a little fishing boat just out in the water. So at one point, Bill, he stands up and is dumping something out of a bucket into the water. And according to the two witnesses on the boat and people on shore, this is when all of a sudden a crocodile literally leaps out of the water, jumps basically almost into the boat, and grabs him by his left shoulder and into his chest, and it clamps down on him. And then the crocodile just pulls Bill directly into the water. And it sounds like they saw some kind of like thrashing under the water, but it pulled Bill completely under. So if he wasn't being bitten on, he was certainly drowning. And it wouldn't be until about 15 minutes later when his wife saw Bill basically float to the surface, and then he was immediately taken back again. And then Bill would come back up to the surface, and he was deceased. The coroner said that Bill had significant teeth marks in the back of his head and then along his shoulder and his chest. I don't know what Bill Scott's exact cause of death was, if it was the injuries from the biting or if it was from drowning, or a horrific combination of both. Crocodiles leaping out of the water and grabbing someone from a boat is extremely rare. As a matter of fact, this was the only occasion they could really ever think of where this happened, where the person ended up being killed. They said there has been stories where a crocodile has leapt into a boat attempting to grab someone, but has never been successful until this particular occasion. Bill Scott's wife said that all she can recall is that she hears this like metallic sounds of basically the crocodile hitting the motor and jumping up. And it all happened so fast that there was no time to do anything. That the crocodile had just went in, grabbed Bill, and yanked him into the water. Almost as if it was like targeted. That these crocodiles had become more brazen. They did end up shooting and killing a few crocodiles. One of them, they believe, was the one that killed Bill. It isn't physically possible for people to just vanish into thin air, right? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Barbara Sue Frame. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Barbara Sue Frame was a 39-year-old mother of 3 children who lived here in Zanesville, Ohio. Barbara had recently divorced her husband, Jeff. Just a few weeks prior to this case occurring, they finalized their divorce papers. Barbara thought, I'm done with them. That is until January 30th, 1985. Barbara got off work at approximately 4 p.m. She then went home and told the kids, hey, I have a few errands to run. That's when Jeff comes by the house and tells her, hey, we have an appointment at the divorce attorney to sign some more papers, so you need to be there a little bit later today. And she was like, okay, thought we were done, but guess not. So Barbara tells her kids, and 2 of them are teenagers. I'm going to go to get some groceries. I'm going to go visit her mom in the hospital because her mom had cancer. She said she was going to then stop by the landlord to ask him to fix something in the apartment, and then she was going to go to this meeting at the divorce attorney. Barbara would leave her house at approximately 5 p.m. that night, and she has never been seen since. Her kids became very concerned by the following morning when they still hadn't heard from her or seen her come home. So the kids would tell, their family. And then the next day after she disappeared, her car is found parked in a empty lot. Her purse and other belongings are all still in the car, but she's nowhere to be found. It was parked in a typical parking lot that she used. But Barbara, again, nowhere to be found. And no one called in to say, I spotted her or anything. There were no witnesses to whatever happened to her. Police would really question like all of her family, coworkers, and friends. Barbara adored her 3 children. She absolutely lived her life for them. She would never just pick up and leave. That's just completely out of the question. Police would find out that this supposed meeting that was at the divorce attorney's, well, the divorce attorney said, we had no meeting that night. There was nothing scheduled. And the divorce attorney said that Barbara never got to the law office regardless. So did Jeff intervene? Did he lure her out of the apartment to get her to a certain area? Well, they would find out that Jeff was actually very abusive to Barbara during their marriage. He threatened to kill her. Did he finally do it? The thing is there's no evidence linking him to it. So they've never been able to place charges on him. He spent time in and out of prison for other crimes. A lot of people think he made her disappear. If you have any information about her case, please call 740-455-0785. It's been 71 years and they still wonder who killed her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Betty Shanks. Viewer discretion is advised. Betty Shanks was born on October 10th, 1929 in Queensland, Australia. It was the night of September 18th, 1952. The 22-year-old was a public servant for the Department of Interior, and this was in Brisbane, Australia. Betty would board a tram and head back to her parents' home where she lived. At 9:32 p.m., she is seen getting off of the tram, and it's only a few hundred yards away from her parents' home. And that would be in this neighborhood here. But Betty never made it to her front door. By 1:30 in the morning, when her father realized that she wasn't home yet, he would call police to report her missing. Sadly, the following morning, Betty was found. She had been murdered and dumped on the side of the road, specifically in the yard of a neighbor. And this was only about 500 feet or so from where she got off the tram. Based on a witness that heard a scream sometime that night, they believe she was attacked and killed somewhere between 9:32 p.m. and 9:53 p.m. Betty had been beaten to death, and she even had teeth that had been knocked out of her mouth. They determined she was beat by someone's fists, but also by their shoes because she had shoe polish on her. Betty's underwear was removed and her bra straps were undone, but the coroner found no indications of an actual sexual assault. Her purse and her belongings were dumped on the yard next to her, but nothing appeared to be stolen. And I guess on the fence next to her body was a single bloody handprint. The investigation would show that Betty had no recent boyfriends, she had no jilted exes, she had no enemies, there was no one at work that she didn't get along with. They found no one in Betty's life that would have done this to her. At one point, there was a doctor who was named a suspect who had ended his own life just days after the murder. But many years later, they would get DNA from that doctor's children. They matched it up to DNA from the crime scene, and it was not a match. So he was ruled out. Another theory they had was that Betty had won a small amount in a lottery, and that amount was posted in the newspaper along with her name. So she may have been targeted based on her winnings, but her winnings weren't stolen. So that theory kind of went away. At one point, a man named Eric Sterry, his name came into play. His own daughter would many years later say that he had threatened her, the daughter, by saying, "I'll kill you just like I did Betty Shanks." I guess on the night of the murder, he came home with bloody clothes and made his 8-year-old daughter at the time help clean the blood off the clothes. But these claims have never been substantiated. His name is just one of many that have come up over the years. Countless names have been thrown out there. None of them have ever been physically linked to the murder. Many men had confessed to killing her, but then later would be proven that they could not have done it. This is just one of those cases. It's one of the oldest unsolved cases in all of Australia that just seems destined to be a case kind of like the Zodiac here in the States, or the Black Dahlia, where so much time has been separated from when it happened. And with cases like this being around before we really collected all of the evidence we would collect nowadays at a crime scene, before all the technological advancements, these cases just seemed destined to be unsolved forever. So many names and suspects and theories just taints the entire case. And now it's like impossible to know what's true, what's not true. Hopefully one day that they do find a way to get justice for Betty Shanks. But it's been 71 years, and whoever killed her is absolutely deceased at this point. And so even if they found out who did it, she will never get justice.
Hey, without Google Maps. Like, I know that there was MapQuest, but before that, like, genuinely, what would you...
So basically we had paper maps, right? You would have to unfold them, and they turned this, like, a little square turned into this massive, like, thing with all these roads and everything. And you would have to find the place you're looking for on this giant map, and then you'd have to, like, put your finger on it and then go down the road on the map to see, like, what direction you'd have to go. And then the driver would say, "Are you sure?" And you would say, "Of course I'm sure. I'm the map person. I'm the map person." And they would say, "This doesn't look right. We're down this dirt road that doesn't seem to go anywhere, except to this little gas station that looks abandoned." And then the map person would say, "Shut up. I'm an expert at reading maps." So you would pull off into this gas station that was there was like one employee there, right, who was just like the oldest thing you've ever seen in your life, would turn to dust if you touched them. You would tell this individual, "Hey, my friend here says that this is the direction on the map to get to this place we're going to go." And then the guy at the gas station would be like, "Well, sure, your friend, that could be correct, but I know a shortcut." And you'd be like, "Oh, thank God, a shortcut. Is it on the map?" Then he would say, "The shortcut ain't on no maps." Then you'd be like, "Well, okay, well then can you maybe draw it on our map?" "You just go down this road where there's a construction sign and you turn left. And you continue down that dirt road and you just keep on going. Ain't no one been down that road for some time. But it's about time someone goes down that road to get to your destination quicker." So you would take the friendly man's advice. You would draw on the map like the direction he said. You would go down this dirt road, and then your tires would suddenly pop, all of them. You would get out, and all of a sudden you get like an arrow to like your neck, and you pass out, and you wake up in some creepy, wet, drippy basement. You look over and you notice that the friend that you were with, well, he's been turned into a skin suit because some stranger is now wearing your friend's body as like a costume. And then you're on the table like, is this even, like, this is not the right, I don't think we went down the right road. Because all I'm hearing is the sounds of like chainsaws and screaming. My friend apparently got some extreme spa thing, but here I am, I'm chained to a table. And they're eating my friend. My friend was the driver. So now how are we going to get anywhere? So basically, long story short, maps were like internet made out of paper. You hear what I mean? You know? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Beverly Bobrick. Viewer discretion is advised. Beverly Bobrick was born on June 25th, 1926, and she was born in Sheridan County, Wyoming. Now, at some point in her life, she would move to the Port Richey area of Florida. Now, at the time of this case, she was retired, and she was 79 years old. She had previously owned a drapery company, but at this point, she's actually serving as a cook at a St. James Catholic church during bingo nights. She was a member of the Red Hat Society. She was a volunteer for Meals on Wheels. And at this time, she was living alone. Sometime around September 13th or 14th, police would end up going to Beverly's home because she was reported missing, essentially. Her neighbors hadn't seen her at all over the past couple of days. And one of the neighbors noticed that her back window was opened and the screen was like pushed in, and that's why police were called. When police got there, unfortunately, they discovered the body of 79-year-old Beverly Bobrick. I don't know Beverly's exact cause of death, but I do know that it was immediately ruled a homicide, and her dog, Pepe, was also killed in the attack. Not too soon before this, I think it was a couple of weeks prior, her home was also burglarized and about $80 was stolen from it, which she reported to police. So they think that the same individual came back and tried to hit her up for more money. They assumed that the individual thought she wasn't home again, but he was interrupted by her and surprised him, and so he killed her. There was like a string of burglaries that happened around that time. But unfortunately, they didn't really have much evidence. They did find a strand of hair that was not Beverly's, that they believed came from her killer. But at the time, it didn't match anyone in their system. And it wouldn't be until 2019 when they finally made an arrest. 34-year-old Brian Vincent Stoll. By this time, he's actually already serving a 23-year sentence for a string of burglaries and robberies from 2005 and 2006. I don't know exactly how they got to his name, but I do know that at some point witnesses came forward to say that around the time that Beverly would have been murdered, he had come home that same evening with blood on him. I just don't know when police got that information. But they would eventually run his DNA against the hair found, and it was a match. So they were pretty confident he killed her, because he had broken into other homes and beat up elderly people, which is why he has this rap sheet. Here's the thing though, I don't see any murder convictions, and no information about a trial, so I don't know where they're at on the murder trial. It's been 4 years and his family is still wondering, where is Bradley? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bradley Brooks. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Bradley Brooks is a 36-year-old man. He is a father to a daughter, and he also had a girlfriend at the time. Bradley and his daughter had actually recently moved to Corpus Christi, Texas to be with his girlfriend. By all accounts, he was a really loving father, and he would never just pick up and leave his daughter. He spoke to his mom on the phone almost every day. So when this happened, it was just extremely unusual. It was the night of August 18th, 2019. According to his daughter and his girlfriend, the 36-year-old man would leave his house sometime, I guess, shortly before 10 p.m. He went to go purchase some bait, and then he was going to do some late-night fishing. I guess that's something he did often. But then Bradley never came home, and no one ever heard from him ever again. He was just there, and then he was gone forever. And once the family couldn't get a hold of him by phone or anyway, they reported him missing. And I believe it was a couple of days after he went missing, they found his vehicle. At the time when they found it, the hood was up, and it was at the very end of this long dirt road. I guess specifically, this is the area of town where the vehicle was located. That kind of lines up because he told people that he would be going fishing near the Naval Air Station in Corpus Christi, and that's basically the area where his car was found. But there were no signs of a struggle inside the car, and obviously no signs of him. Roughly a year or so after the disappearance, this image came out from Oklahoma. That's where he was originally from. Specifically, this was from a gas station in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. When it circulated, his family and friends saw the image and that looks a lot like Bradley. But the guy was so casual, he was on a cell phone, didn't look like someone who was missing. And eventually police tracked this individual down, and it was not Brad Brooks. Bradley loved his daughter, and he would never in a million years do this to her. He loved his family. He wouldn't just pick up and leave. This is something completely out of the ordinary. They also can't say for sure that foul play is involved, but they apparently haven't found his cell phone or been able to ping it. I'm assuming they've checked credit card purchases, and I'm assuming that there has been none, but they found no traces of him. Bradley would be 40 years old now. He's got brown hair, brown eyes. He's 5'6" and 170 pounds. If you have any information, please call 281-309-9500. 13 people lost their lives during one of the worst freak accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. Real quick, please make sure you follow this page, as this is my new main page. I will also link my backup account down below. It was June 29th, 2003 in Chicago, Illinois, specifically at an apartment building on the north side. That night there was a large party going on, and that party took up basically the second and third floor of this apartment building. And at the time, all of these apartments had balconies on the outside. The very top balcony on the third floor, well, there were a bunch of people on it when all of a sudden they started to hear the sound of creaking wood, and then suddenly it collapsed. When that top balcony collapsed, it then crashed into the second balcony, and then that balcony collapsed. And then a balcony below it collapsed, and they fell into the basement, I guess. Amongst all three of the balconies that would eventually collapse, there were over 100 people total on all of them. So you had 100 or so people basically collapsing and crushing on top of one another. A massive amount of these people were then stuck underneath each other on the stairwell of the basement. They weren't able to breathe. They were suffocating. They were being crushed. It was such a clustered nightmare that the first responders that arrived had to use chainsaws to cut, pieces of wood away. There was a nurse who was one of the victims who basically turned into like a triage nurse. It was utter chaos. In the end, 57 people were hospitalized with serious injuries and 13 people died. 11 of them being pronounced dead at the scene, 2 of them dying later at the hospital due to various different things, crushing injuries, suffocation, some of them were punctured. What the investigation would uncover was that on that top balcony, there were over 50 people on it. There were reports that 2 of those people were jumping around on it. The balcony is only able to handle about 30-ish people. So the cause of the incident initially was overcrowding. Then they discovered in paperwork that the way these balconies were constructed was also very, very bad. They were constructed 1 foot longer than they should have been, and they were 81 square feet larger than they were approved to do. But somehow they were still approved by the inspectors. They would end up tearing down the rest of the balconies. But there were numerous lawsuits. The city even filed 2 lawsuits against 2 of the victims, the ones who were claiming to be bouncing around. I don't know the details, unfortunately, of all the money that was paid out, but I imagine it was a lot of financial damage. Hey, here's a novel idea. Let's maybe not keep wild animals as prisoners. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst animal attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. This was a man named Leon Van Bieljan, and Leon owned a gaming reserve. And I guess this reserve was a little east of Pretoria in South Africa. Leon was in his 70s and he was apparently set to retire, and he was attempting to sell the reserve. On his reserve, he had 3 lions, Rambo, Nikita, and Katrin. He would have, people come and pay, and he would show off the lions. He would allow people to walk with the lions. And of course, these aren't free-roaming lions. They are put basically in their little prison cell. These are wild animals. And even though they are in captivity and maybe they've gotten used to their owners or trainers, they are still wild animals, and they still will act on their instincts. You can still, as a person, be their prey. And that's what happened to Leon. It was August of 2019. The 70-year-old man was in one of their, cages, or, their enclosure. There was allegedly a broken fence, so he went in there to fix the fence. Leon turned his back on the 3 lions. And well, after years of captivity, these animals tend to, become hostile. So one of the lions would pounce on the back of the 70-year-old man, take its teeth, and bit into his neck. And the lion basically ripped Leon's throat open. And there was literally nothing anyone could do. He was being eaten by one of the lions. And so when paramedics arrived, it was already too late. Leon was deceased. But they needed to get to his body, so they all made the decision to shoot and kill all 3 of the lions. And listen, I'm sorry if I sound more upset about that, but these animals, they're not meant for what he puts them in. What these animals go through in so many different places like this. They're wild. They're supposed to be out in the wild. It is not their fault that they acted on their instincts. I don't know, maybe just let them finish the job and then go collect his body. And I know that sounds harsh, but why kill all three of them? I'm sorry, it just frustrates the fuck out of me. He didn't deserve what happened to him. But also, you have to expect this kind of thing to happen. I hate that the animals have to be murdered as well. A couple is murdered on a date, and 14 years later, their killer is still out there. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Caldwell Fields murders. Viewer discretion is advised. David Lee Metzler was born on May 23, 1990 in Arkansas. By all accounts, he was an excellent student, very intelligent, and he also loved to play soccer. After high school, he would enroll at Virginia Tech University. In high school, he became very good friends with Heidi Childs. Heidi was born on December 9, 1990, and that was in Virginia. Heidi was an honor roll student, she was very bright, and she aspired to work in medicine. While they were friends in high school, they started to date when they both attended Virginia Tech University. And they were described as being inseparable. They were absolutely in love with each other. People would describe them as the all-American couple. But sadly, that would all come to an end in 2009. On August 26, 2009, the two teenagers would go out on a date. David had this sweet little plan to bring them to what's kind of considered a lover's lane area, where a lot of Virginia Tech students would go to, make out or go on a date or go camping. And that was at the Caldwell Fields area of Jefferson National Park. They would arrive at about 8:15 p.m. and they parked in this parking lot here. They didn't plan to be out there very late because they both had school the next morning. But then they didn't show up for school the next morning. At 8 a.m. the following morning, a man was out walking his dog and he found a murder scene. 19-year-old David Metzler was sitting in the driver's seat of his Toyota Camry. The glass on the driver's side door was broken and David had been shot. On the ground next to the passenger side of the car was the body of 18-year-old Heidi Childs. She had also been shot. It would be determined that they were both shot and killed with a .30-30 hunting rifle at point-blank range. It kind of appeared that David was shot just sort of suddenly without even knowing anyone was there. And that it looked as if Heidi had tried to escape from the car, and that's when she was shot. Heidi's purse and her cell phone, her wallet, were all missing from the car. It did not appear that anything of David's was missing. And unfortunately, that's it. That's where the case ends. There is no solution here. Nobody knows who killed this couple. This is a very open area. I mean, acres upon acres upon acres, where whoever did this could have just shot and killed them and gotten away with it without ever being seen or heard. But the question is, why? What was the motive? It couldn't have possibly been to steal Heidi's purse. Police have said they did collect DNA that was not Heidi's and was not David's. And considering that DNA to the proximity of the crime scene, that DNA must have come from their killer. However, that DNA has never matched anyone. Police won't state, even though it's been 14 years, they have not stated if there's ever been an actual suspect in this case. They have just kind of vaguely said, there is someone in that area who knows what happened, they just haven't come forward yet. It sounds like they kind of know that there might have been a witness to this and they're trying to coax them out to come forward. I assume they interviewed anyone who may have lived in this particular area, but it probably isn't someone who lived near this area because it's really desolate. There is speculation, only speculation. Maybe, just maybe, Heidi and David pulled up on something else happening. Maybe they accidentally witnessed something they weren't supposed to see. That could be a number of things, and maybe that's why they were killed. But some people have said, that theory may not be totally solid, because given the time of night, whoever was a potential criminal would have seen their headlights coming from a very long ways away and would have had time to get away before anyone would see what they were doing. And similar, they would have seen any kind of headlights or taillights and thinking they wanted to be alone, they would have just continued to go and not just stopped right next to these people. But again, it's literally only a theory. That's not even a fact or anything. Police have stated that there are about 5 or 6 vehicles that they would like to find out who the owner of those vehicles are. such as a green sedan, a dark blue Dodge Caravan, and a few other vehicles that allegedly may have been in that area or near that parking lot at the time or around the time of the murders. Where they got this information from, they haven't said. And quite honestly, it sounds like the police there are desperate for any tips or any leads. So there is currently a $100,000 reward being offered, and somebody knows what happened to this couple. Someone knows. There is always someone who has the information, and in this case, it's their killer. And killers like to talk, and so they may have told people. If you have any information about the murders of David Metzler and Heidi Childs, please contact 540-375-9589. You can also go to vspunsolved.com. You can always report your tips anonymously. David and Heidi are buried next to each other, and this happened way, way, way too soon in their lives. Please help their families find their killer. They deserve justice. Breaking news update on the Crystal Rogers disappearance. Brooks Houck has been arrested and charged with her murder. Click the comment to go back to my original video that I posted about this case. I just re-uploaded the video this morning from my old page because my old page is gone, I think, forever. This is my new main page, by the way, so please follow. But this is footage from earlier where Brooks Houck was arrested, they said, without any incident. As I discussed in my video, Brooks was essentially a primary suspect from the get-go, but they never arrested him or had any evidence to charge him with anything. He has officially been charged with murder as well as tampering with evidence, and I believe it was the FBI who made this arrest. The indictment states that Brooks is charged with, and I have to read this, intentionally or under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, wantonly causing the death of Crystal Rogers. God, jump scare warning, Mike, God. A couple of weeks ago, this man, Joseph Lawson, was also arrested in connection with this case. He was charged with conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with evidence. His is a name that, to my knowledge, didn't come up early on in this investigation. I know I never mentioned him in my videos about this story. But I know that the FBI had been searching the Houck family farm. They also had been searching Brooks Houck's home, which is the last location Crystal Rogers was ever seen alive. And I know they've collected a bunch of evidence. They haven't really been super forthcoming with what all that evidence is, but obviously it all helped to build this case against Brooks Houck. Now, I don't know if they have any evidence connecting Brooks Houck to the murder of Crystal Rogers' father, Tommy Ballard, or the 3 other murders related to the Bardstown murders. I know one of them was a police officer, and then a mother and her daughter were also killed. Speculation has always been that all of these murders have been somehow connected, that possibly it all started with the murder of Officer Jason Ellis. Possibly Crystal Rogers overheard stuff about this, and then that led to her murder, which then led to Tommy Ballard's murder, but no one really knows the connection with the mother and daughter. The Bardstown murder videos, by the way, is also posted to this page. If you click the playlist below, by the way, I'll probably just make a playlist for this case. Just that way it's easy to find all the videos on it. But yeah, that's the update. Finally, it's taken long enough that Brooks Houck was arrested for the murder of Crystal Rogers. As far as I know, her body has still not been located, though. Maybe Brooks can finally help the family put her to rest. Oh my God, this filter. Oh, wait, hold on. Yep. I look like someone that if I had a basement, it would probably be full of non-basement things. I look like someone who, if in the future you had to talk about my life, you'd have to use all 3 of my names. I look like someone who would need to buy steel drums from a Costco, in a 4-pack. And you wouldn't find those steel drums for 50 years. I look like someone who my neighbors would describe as, he always seemed like a nice guy. I look like someone whose life story will eventually be told on a Netflix show by Ryan Murphy, and I'll be played by someone way hotter than me. I look like my cause of death is going to be lethal injection. I look like someone who everybody knows is not an outdoorsy person, but spends a suspicious and alarmingly massive amount of time in the woods. I look like Walter White if he was a Pixar character. 42 years ago, she vanished from her work office, and now everyone is still wondering who took Cindy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cynthia Anderson. Viewer discretion is advised. Cynthia Anderson, pictured here, was born on February 4th, 1961. She was born into a religious family who was well respected in the community. And this was in Toledo, Ohio. Cynthia, who would go by Cindy to everyone, at the time of this story, she had a boyfriend, one that her family approved of, and she was working as a secretary at a legal office. In the year or so leading up to this case, Cynthia would tell friends and family that she was having this constant reoccurring nightmare where she would be abducted from someone from her home and then murdered. And in 1981, those nightmares became reality. This case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, and some of the images I'm going to show are just from the recreations from the episode. On August 4th, 1981, Cindy would go to her job at the law office. Typically in the morning, she would be there by herself, and her coworkers wouldn't come in until later in the afternoon. Cindy always makes sure to lock all of the doors to the building when she was in it. No one knows exactly how that morning went. Everyone just assumed it was a normal day for her. But at 12 p.m., when her coworkers arrived at the office, they noticed that the building was still locked. The AC inside was turned on, the lights were on. Cindy's car was in the parking lot. Her purse, her keys were in the building. But Cindy was gone. They even noticed on her desk there was a book that she was reading, and it was actually opened, they said, to a very violent, scene from the book, which they just thought was kind of strange. But the fact that Cindy was literally nowhere in sight, they would go to the other businesses around and they all said they hadn't seen her either. They didn't hear anything unusual, no signs of a struggle or anything. But Cindy was just gone. So police were called and they would look at the office and they noticed that there was really no signs of foul play, no indications that someone was in a violent struggle, that someone was, taken forcefully. They dusted the place for fingerprints. They didn't find anything out of the ordinary. One of the clients at that law firm, a man named Larry Mullins, would talk to police, I believe a day or so after the disappearance. He said that he had talked to Cindy the day before and that Cindy said she received a really weird call from a stranger. All she said was that they were calls that scared her, they were frightening, she didn't know who it was, and these calls had been going on the past couple of days. Police also learned something alarming about a sign like this. I don't think this is the exact sign, but the sign said, "I love you, Cindy," by GW, and that was painted on the side of a building that Cindy could see from her office. They had someone get rid of the sign, and then a couple of days later, the sign came back. So police wondered, who is this GW person? Is this a creepy stalker? It took them some time, but they were able to track down this GW person, and then they realized that he had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to Cindy. Police then got phone calls from a woman who would not identify herself. She stated that Cindy was being held captive in a house that was owned by a family who was currently on vacation. But one of the sons of that family was home to basically keep watch on Cindy. But the caller wouldn't say where this house was. They wouldn't identify themselves, and police never were able to find out if it was real or not. The woman has never called back ever again. For all police know, it was just a hoax call. Or it was real, but... In November of 1995, Cindy's old boss would be indicted. That's because her boss, who was a lawyer at that law firm, well, he was part of a drug ring. Yeah. He and a client named Jose Rodriguez Jr. And then when police heard that Cindy had put her 2 weeks' notice in just before her disappearance, well, they theorized that Cindy might have overheard conversations with regards to this, at the time, secretive drug organization, and that she may have been killed for what she heard. This would explain why the building was still locked when her coworkers got there that day, because if this lawyer did it, he had keys to the building. So at one point, that Jose Rodriguez Jr. individual actually confessed to a person in jail that he killed her. He said he killed her as a way to send a message to Richard Neller. Richard Neller was the lawyer who she worked for, who was also being indicted for the drug ring, because apparently Richard gave Jose Rodriguez poor counsel from a previous case, but now they're working together in this drug ring. It's all kind of confusing. But there's no evidence to suggest that he actually did it, and he's never confessed to police, just to a jailhouse snitch. That's it. But police do believe that this is probably the likely situation. Cindy overheard something she wasn't supposed to hear. Maybe that fueled why she put her 2 weeks in, but her boss, Richard Neller, couldn't let her go now. So either Jose Rodriguez Jr. did it on his own, or Richard Neller had him do it, or none of the above. Cindy Anderson or her remains have never been found. If you happen to have information on this case, call 419-245-3151. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Damian Sharp. Viewer discretion is advised. Damian Sharp was born on August 6, 1979. At the time of this case, he was living in Warren, Pennsylvania. At one point, Damian had served in the U.S. Army, and he actually served in Bosnia. He was described as an incredibly loyal friend who would go to blows for you if it meant he was defending you. Damian eventually would have some issues with drugs and alcohol, and certainly didn't lead a perfect life. But who does anyway? At the time of this story, he was 22 years old, and I guess a couple of weeks prior, he had injured his knee at a skate park and was walking around in crutches when this story happened. The last time anyone can say they saw Damian was at approximately 6 p.m. on May 25th, 2002. It was Memorial Day weekend. He was seen wearing a dark t-shirt with dark shorts, and he had on a black backpack, and again, he was walking around on crutches. Now, allegedly at some point that day, Damian had cash to, purchase some marijuana, which apparently a friend of his drove him around to do so, and then that friend dropped him off at an apartment on Prospect Street in Warren, Pennsylvania. According to the friend who lived in that apartment, Damian left the apartment at approximately 6 p.m. From May 25th to June 1st, no one saw Damian, but Damian wasn't reported missing by his roommates until June 1st, and that's when his family was first notified. And so it was his family that would report him missing. So once police got involved, they would begin questioning people and searching around the town of Warren, which would take them to doing some searches around the woods. There was reportedly a party supposed to be going on the night he disappeared, possibly in the woods. However, they had no luck finding any traces of Damian whatsoever. I don't know if he had a cell phone and if they've checked records along with it. I don't know. By 2008, police would reclassify his case from a missing person to a possible or likely homicide. Allegedly, police got information that someone may have confessed to shooting Damian. And allegedly, this is in regards to some missing cocaine. Who that individual is, however, I don't know, and that person has not been arrested. The tip said that Damian was then put in cement, and that he is now somewhere in the Big Ben Overlook area in Warren. But he's never been found there either. If you have any information about the disappearance of Damian Sharp, please call 814-723-2700. He was brutally murdered in the middle of the afternoon with other people in the building, but still to this day, nobody knows who did it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Buller. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, David Buller was a 50-year-old man who was a teacher at the University of Toronto. He actually worked in the fine arts department, and he was a senior lecturer in painting. David was a very, very talented artist. He actually painted this painting here. He was also a well-known and very well-loved teacher there at the school. He had been teaching there for about 15 years or so. David was also a gay man. He came out later on in his adult life because growing up, during this time, it wasn't so easy to just be openly gay. And even when he was out, by this time in 2001, it was still kind of a dangerous time to just be openly gay. David was described as a careful, thoughtful person. He was also known as a bit of a risk taker, especially when it came to his art. He had recently, right before this case happened, was doing some abstract art that involved like half-naked men, kind of put on other images. His vision was becoming bolder, and his art was wonderful. It was January 18th, 2001 at the University of Toronto, and his office was in the building on 1 Spadina Crescent, north of College Street. David was expected to teach classes at 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. that night, and he never ever missed his classes. But he was a no-show for both of them. And that was really weird. So students would go to his office and knock on the door, but he didn't answer. There wasn't really any way of peeking in like through windows, and the door was locked. So they just assumed he must have had an emergency and left. Well, 7 a.m. the following day, the maids at the building, they found David in his office. David Buller had been stabbed 9 times. There was like a tiny sign of a struggle, like his office chair was kind of flipped over and his computer, the cord was pulled from the wall, but that was really it. His office was small, and so if some sort of altercation took place, you'd expect things to be just everywhere, but his office was relatively clean. They even mentioned that he had recently received like a card, like a birthday card or something, that he had propped open on top of a filing cabinet. And even when they discovered his body, that card was in the exact same place. Just to give you an idea of how close this murder was, which made them believe that this was somebody who knew him. This wasn't a stranger that walked in and just stabbed him. It had to be someone he knew. But who is that? That's the issue. Nobody knows. There was no blood anywhere else in the office other than on David and on around his body. No blood on like the doorknobs. There was no blood on the cabinets, the desk, a chair. There was no fingerprints, no hair follicles. They forensically analyzed this office and they came up with really no evidence to eventually link to his killer. The murder weapon was gone. Nobody saw this person enter his office. Nobody saw or heard him or her leave the office. However, investigators would learn that on the floor just beneath David's office, the second floor I think, there was actually a baby shower going on. People would later go to police to say that around that 1-ish p.m. time, they heard an argument and they heard a thud. And that's it. It must have been the attack on David Buller, but that's all they had, was just that people heard an argument, but it was muffled. There were emergency exits around this building, and if someone had gone out them, the alarms would have gone off. None of them were tripped, which means this killer left through a doorway that was basically in view of the public, and it was the middle of the afternoon. At first, they had suspicions that because, David was a gay man, this is more of a dangerous time, that it must have had something to do with that. But this didn't really have the elements of a hate crime. To everyone, this felt like a personal attack. Like someone did this to David that knew David well. Police would, literally go undercover in like gay communities online, trying to see if they could find anyone that may have talked about murdering him. But they came up with nothing. They really investigated the angle of this could have possibly been a hate crime, but they just never got the evidence to support that. He was viciously stabbed 9 times in a very small office after what was probably a short argument with someone. Nobody saw this person leave or enter his office. Nobody else heard or saw an altercation or screaming. There are no cameras in the building back then. So in the middle of the day, a person was able to walk into his office, stab David 9 times, and then just leave in public view with the murder weapon on their person. He had no enemies that anyone knew about, no jilted exes. Nobody really knows why David was murdered. And most importantly, nobody knows who did it. If you have any information about the murder of David Buller, please contact the Toronto Police in Canada. The smallest detail can make everything. Hello, true crimerers. This is the unsolved murder case of Edgar Dawson. Viewer discretion is advised. Real quick, if you're seeing this, you are on my new main page because my other one is gone, so please follow here. So, Edgar Dwight Dawson was born on July 30th, 1973. I guess he would go by the nickname Pooh, like Winnie the Pooh. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I do know at the time of this case, he was living in Marshall, Texas. The tiny amount of information I do have is that Edgar apparently lived a very peaceful life, a very good life. He loved cars and working on cars, and didn't seem to really get into any kind of trouble. But on February 21st, 1997, his life would come to a very sudden end. He was in the passenger seat of his vehicle. He was just in there hanging out with a couple of friends, when, according to the friends in the car, an unknown individual just sort of walked up to the car, pointed a gun directly at the vehicle, and pulled the trigger. And they believed it was a shotgun, and it appeared that they were aiming at them directly, and it actually ended up shooting Edgar. They fired once, they hit him, and he was killed instantly. The friends in the vehicle told police that unfortunately they didn't really get a good look at the person because, one, it happened so fast, and two, it was at night. Another witness would say they saw a white vehicle in that area around that time that it appeared to have driven away fast. Police were able to find that white vehicle that same night, and they interviewed the owner of that car. And it doesn't really state that they cleared that individual of the shooting, but all it really says is that there was nothing to actually link that person to the murder. Like, no physical evidence, no gun found, and the white car being seen in the area could have just been a coincidence and had nothing to do with it. Or it could have, but they have no evidence. Police also have absolutely no idea what the motive is because, again, he lived a pretty peaceful life. He wasn't involved in any, wrongdoings. So they're like, was this a gang initiation? Was this a random attack? Was it a case of mistaken identity? Could the motives have been money, drugs? They don't know. And honestly, they've gotten no closer to finding out who did this. They reopened the case in 2015, but they still just haven't gotten any new information. But somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you do have information, please call 903-936-9969. You can report your tips anonymously. Okay, so I guess with this one, you have to drop the bucket so it doesn't hit his head, but comes as close to his head as possible. So like that. Okay, that's not... I gotta do better than that. Okay. Shit, sorry. Okay. Shit, sorry. God, sorry. Sorry. Okay, here we... Oh, damn it. Sorry. 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 Okay, so I know my reflexes work, so... Sorry. So close, so close. Sorry. See, it's working, I can hit the screen. I'm just not fast enough, I guess. Sorry. 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 Although I think I've killed him at this point. I think he's dead. Oh, he's alive again. Sorry. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sergeant George Arthur. Viewer discretion is advised. George Lynn Arthur was born on February 21st, 1948, and that was in Long Beach, California. At the time of this case, he is a 37-year-old man. He is married, and he is a sergeant with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. He had served about 14 years before this case took place. Now, at the time, George was working at the Men's Central Jail. On June 1st, 1985, at approximately 9:50 p.m., George would clock out from work, basically, and he left the jail, and he left in his personal vehicle. Literally minutes after he left, his vehicle is found crashed, and he is inside. And sadly, he is deceased. At first, there's blood everywhere. They assumed he died from the impact, but the coroner would actually say, no, George was shot in the head. And that's when police found evidence in his vehicle that suggested that there was someone else in his car when this accident took place. They had biological evidence, blood from someone that was not him. And this tracks with the witness statement that said they saw a man getting out of his vehicle and limping away from the scene, and he had blood coming out of his head. However, in 1985, the technology just wasn't there, so the blood and also hair they found in the vehicle, they could not actually match to anyone back then, but they did save it. Even after interviewing a whole bunch of people in his life, people at work, they just couldn't come up with a suspect. And unfortunately, his case went cold. The case was reopened in 1999, and that's how they came across a man by the name of Ted Eugene Kirby. He was actually a co-worker of George. He had been working for the department since 1970, and he ended up retiring in 1996. From what I understand, they came across potential evidence that suggested that there was like a romantic love triangle type thing going on. That George and Ted were seeing the same woman, even though George was married. And so police were curious. They called Ted, who now lived in a different state, and said, hey, can we just take a sample of your DNA just to rule you out? And at first he said yes, but then a lawyer said no. So the courts ordered him to provide a DNA sample. His DNA was a 100% match. It was his blood, his hair in the car. And now they had evidence that Ted Kirby murdered George Arthur. So they go to Spokane, Washington on July 7th, 1999. They find out Ted has been missing since June 30th, 1999. And several days later, they found his body. Confronted with evidence, he ended his life.
Tacoma, and the vehicle he's underneath the... Oh my God.
Was your son working on it?
No, he was just getting out of it. We're on an incline, and I guess he didn't have it in park or something, or it wasn't engaged, or... Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe
Still not responding?
No.
And he's still no one can get him from under? We got innocent rounds to you. I'm just asking you questions before we can update them, okay? Can you check and see if he's breathing?
Somebody's telling me that he's coming to.
Okay, he is waking up. Try to keep him still. So he is...
Well, he can't move. I don't think he can move. I don't know.
Okay.
No, he can't move. He's trapped.
Okay, we got somebody in round. Now, when he wakes up, he might be scared. Can somebody get there and talk to him?
Yeah, somebody talk to him. Shit. Gee, there's blood. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Was your son...
Shit.
She just let him sit dying in her windshield. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gregory Biggs. Viewer discretion is advised. Gregory Glenn Biggs was born on August 16th, 1964. Unfortunately, Gregory had a bit of a troubled life. At the time of this story, he's 37 years old, he's homeless, and he does have a son that he had just recently lost touch with. At some point before this, Gregory had a girlfriend that he gave a lot of money to. But then she fell on hard times, and the two of them parted ways. But because of the money he lent her, he missed his car payments. And his vehicle was something he needed for his job, which was a bricklayer. So therefore, he ended up losing his work. Then his car got repossessed. Gregory, because of all of this, wasn't able to afford his medication. He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. He tried to get new jobs, but his mental health just wasn't really permitting it. And that's kind of how he ended up losing touch with his son. And matters would get significantly worse. On October 26, 2001, 25-year-old Shantae Millard, a Fort Worth, Texas resident, she had gone to a party. She got drunk. She then went to a nightclub where she got more drunk. She was also high on marijuana and ecstasy. On her way home, because she was still driving, in her gray Chevy Cavalier, similar to this, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning when suddenly she struck something. 37-year-old Gregory Biggs. He was homeless. He was walking on the side of the road. She hit him with such force that he broke through her windshield and was embedded in the windshield. Shantae is also a nurse's assistant. She knew how to possibly care for Gregory, but she didn't do that. First, she stopped the car. She tried to pull him off, but he was stuck in there and still alive. So, not wanting to face the repercussions of hitting a man while on ecstasy and alcohol, she instead drove home. She drove back to her house, pulled into the garage with Gregory still in the windshield, struggling to survive, knowing full well she could help him. She still says, nope, she can't get in trouble. She goes back out to the garage every 30 minutes or so, checks on him to make sure he's still alive. She's basically waiting for him to bleed out. She said later that she would always apologize to him every time she went in there. And then eventually, she went out there one time and he was now deceased. He bled out. The next day, she enlisted the help of her boyfriend, who then he also enlisted the help of another friend to dispose the body. So they dumped the body in a nearby park, then ripped out the vehicle seats, then broke out the rest of the windshield. They burned the vehicle seats that they removed and scrubbed the inside of the vehicle. On October 27th, the body was discovered inside the park. Police knew this was a homicide. They could tell that he was likely killed in a hit and run. He was struck by a car. But finding the person who did this would be next to impossible. But thankfully, someone who knew Shantae ratted her out to police. Because Shantae, at a party at a later date, she was basically laughing about how she hit a white man and was basically just making light of it. It was a joke. So the friend thought this was kind of strange. That's why she went to police. So police brought her in for questioning. They were also able to get a warrant. They discovered her vehicle in the garage with the broken windshield and the missing seats. They would find the missing seats in her backyard burnt to a crisp. In the garage, on the concrete, they found a pool of blood. A massive amount of blood. Anyone who bled out that much was definitely dead. There were other pieces of forensic evidence they found inside the vehicle. So, Shantae was charged with the murder, and her two friends were charged as accomplices, or accessories after the fact. Both men received 10 years each for tampering with evidence. She would go on trial for murder, and she would be convicted of the murder of Gregory Biggs. She was sentenced to 50 years. A man down on his luck, who hadn't seen his son in a few months, and his life just ended in just the worst possible way. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst accidental deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a map of Calgary's Canada Olympic Park, specifically one of the luge tracks, and apparently there's also a bobsled track, and there's a point where they kind of converge. So typically they have like a movable barrier, like a gate, I guess there to separate the two tracks. And when it's not in use, they usually put a chain across it as well. Now, at the time of this story, there really wasn't super high fences which would prevent people from sneaking in the middle of the night. And that's exactly what would happen this particular evening. It was February of 2016. These 6 teenagers would break into the park with the intent of going down the luge or the bobsled tracks after hours when they weren't supposed to be there. They were also there with their friends, twin brothers, Jordan and Evan Caldwell. Apparently, these teenagers were not aware of the barrier and the chain that would go across. So, using their own toboggans, this is Mark Zuckerberg on a toboggan. Neat. The teenagers would go down the track. And it would be here at this intersection where the gate was when chaos occurred. The 8 teenagers who went down at different times would all crash into this barrier. The Caldwell twins would crash into the chain and barrier pretty much at full force. And it's believed that they were killed instantly. From what I understand, the other teenagers who had gone down at different times, well, the next group basically got into an accident and were severely injured. And they said they tried to scream out to the other people who had not gone down yet, but they weren't heard because the rest came down. And they also severely injured themselves. This is 2 of them in the hospital after the incident. One of them actually permanently lost their sight in one eye. I believe another one of them at least broke their ankle or their foot, but it sounds like the 6 of them were extremely lucky to be able to survive this. They would manage to get rescuers there, but obviously it was far too late for the Caldwell twins. They were pronounced dead at the scene. Later on at an inquiry, some of these teenagers would say, you know what, to be honest with you, even if they had higher fences, we probably still would have broke in. And even the people who operate the park, no, teenagers will be teenagers. They're going to break in no matter what. So now it was about making sure they built much higher fences, having security personnel on site and security cameras, and issuing fines to people who are caught breaking in. They said that may have prevented them that night. If only it could have saved these 2. Was he killed over a $6 cab fare? It's unknown. Hello, true crimerers. This is the unsolved murder case of Ivan Wheeler. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have any information on Ivan. But what I do know is that he was a cab driver at the time of this case in London, Ontario, Canada. In the early morning hours of February 18th, 1977, his cab was found with him inside, parked in the parking lot of this location in London, Ontario. I guess at the time it was like a racket club. When police discovered him that morning, he was in fact deceased. Initially, they thought maybe he had a seizure or a heart attack, but the autopsy would show he actually had a single gunshot wound with a small caliber weapon to the back of his head. His fare read $6.05. So at first they're like, was he killed because the person just didn't want to pay this amount? But could that have really been the motive? Because his wallet was still in the car, his briefcase was in the car, his coin changer was in the car, and nothing was stolen. Like, no money was taken. Police theorized that he started the meter around Highway 401, and then obviously it ended at the racket club there in London, Ontario. Ivan was actually last seen alive at approximately 9:45 p.m. the night before, and this was in Thamesville, and he was dropping off one of his fares, and this is about 50 miles away from where he was found. People left that racket club that night at around 11:30 p.m. and they saw his vehicle there with him inside. But the people, because there was no blood in the car and he was wearing a thick parka, so they didn't really see any bullet wounds and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. They just assumed that the man was asleep in the car, so they did nothing about it. And then that's when he was discovered the next morning by police. But that's really all there is on this case. There really isn't any more information. I don't know if they ever had any suspects at all. There really isn't much information about the investigation, and it sounds like they are still just looking for anything, any tips or info or anything at all. And like we always say, someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you do have information about the murder of Ivan Wheeler, please contact the London, Ontario Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. Any piece of information can be instrumental in solving this, and you can always report your tips anonymously. A convicted murderer would place a hex on those that convicted him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jake Bird. Viewer discretion is advised. It was October 30th, 1947. 52-year-old Bertha Clute and her 17-year-old daughter Beverly were found murdered inside their home. They had been killed with an axe. At around 2:30 in the morning on October 30th, 1947, a man broke into their home, not before stealing an axe from their yard, then broke into the Tacoma, Washington home where he attempted to sexually assault Bertha. But Bertha screamed very loudly, so loud that it woke up Beverly and also woke up neighbors, who would then call the police. By the time police got there, the man who did this was just fleeing the house. They were able to chase him down and arrest him. His name was Jake Bird, and he confessed to the two murders. Jake Bird, who was born in Louisiana in 1901, had a laundry list of a criminal record. Many charges of burglary and also murder. He had previously served time for all of those charges. He then became a transient. He bounced around from state to state. Jake Bird would go on trial for the double homicide, and he was convicted and sentenced to death. Immediately after his sentence was read, Jake Bird in open court would use his name to place a hex. He cursed everybody with his name, everybody that had been responsible for leading to this conviction and death sentence. And apparently, several of those people, in fact, died. The judge died of a heart attack. The officer who took his confession also died of a heart attack. And then eventually 4 more people died. So 6 total people died who he placed a hex on, while he still remained alive, waiting his death sentence. Just before his execution was scheduled to happen, he would go to the courts and say, listen, if I admit to other murders, will we prolong the execution? And they actually agreed. So he confessed to multiple murders. This was in Florida, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky. He sat down and confessed to murders in Nebraska, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Wisconsin. They were able to actually definitively link him to 33 murders. He had solid information about these murders that only the killer of those cases would know. He's actually suspected now of up to 46 murders. Well, he got a 60-day, basically, stay of execution, but on July 15th, 1949, 47-year-old Jake Bird was executed by hanging.
To like older people, what did you do before you could look something up? Like,
so back then we would use stone tablets, and we would take some sort of rock and we would chisel our search query question onto that stone tablet. Unfortunately, the wheel hadn't been invented yet, so we didn't really have any way of like even getting that information any farther than like our village. But we would just like leave that stone tablet outside of our huts, and we would just hope that one of our neighbors would walk by and know the answer, and then they would just chisel their answer into it, or they would just grunt at us, and you know, that's how we communicated. And the problem is that our neighbors didn't last very long, because people only lived to be about 15, 16 years old back then before they died of some horrible disease that we didn't know how to fix, because we didn't have any way of looking up information back then. Then, by some miracle, Alta Vista was invented, and that was a lifesaver. The case would be cold for 28 years until it was finally solved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Lane. Viewer discretion is advised. Real quick, you are on my new main page, as my old main page is gone now, so please follow here. At the time of this story, James Lane was a 47-year-old married man. From what I understand, I think he owned like a furniture store, and he was also really heavily involved in like cars. He loved cars. So I guess one day in 1989, James is out apparently looking at cars. He calls his wife and tells her, "I'll be home later," but he never came home. On the morning of February 21st, 1989, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, staff at the La Plaza Motel would go into one of their rooms that a guest was supposed to have checked out of, but never did. When they entered the room, they found the nude and bloodied deceased body of a man, later identified as 49-year-old James Lane. He had been stabbed 32 times. Later on, they determined that his wedding ring had been stolen and all of the cash from his wallet had also been stolen. James was not the one to check into the motel. This, at the time, unknown man did. This man, however, gave a fake name. He also wrote down his vehicle on the registration for the hotel, but it turns out it was not even his car. All of the info this man gave was wrong, or it was a lie. It turns out that this man and James Lane were meeting at this motel for sex. So, this man here became the prime suspect. But who the hell was he? This obviously came as a huge surprise to everyone in James' life, but no one recognized that drawing. The composite drawing was made from the description of the hotel manager who checked in the man. But yeah, nobody knew who he was, and there really wasn't much evidence left behind at the crime scene. They did collect a bunch of like little, beer cans and that kind of thing, and they actually dusted beer cans and they found a fingerprint on one of them, but that fingerprint never matched anyone. And so James's case just goes cold. That is until about 2017, when they ran the fingerprints through APHIS and they got a match. They finally found the identity of this man, 49-year-old Samuel Reeves. He had recently been required to give his fingerprints because he was arrested. And so when it ran through the APHIS system just sort of naturally, that's when they got the hit. To avoid a more serious charge, he essentially would confess. He said he was there for consensual sex. Then he said that consent was violated. A fight broke out and he stabbed James 32 times in self-defense. So they agreed to manslaughter. He only served 1 year. He was gunned down 15 years ago, and police are still wondering who killed him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jordan McKay. Viewer discretion is advised. By 2008, Jordan McKay was 23 years old. He had recently graduated from the University of California, Santa Cruz, and at the time of the story, he was working for a post-production company, I guess creating animation and computer modeling. He had a girlfriend and they had a very happy relationship, and his parents said that he was really just truly starting his life and that he had a wonderful future ahead of him. But on September 17th, 2008, his life would be ended. At approximately 1:30 in the morning, he was on his way home from his job, and he would ride his bike on the way home. His job was in Berkeley, California. He was at the intersection of 15th Avenue and Cabrillo when suddenly 3 men in a gray Chevy Impala pulled up in front of him. They attempted to steal the bicycle he was riding on, and they were basically threatening him. According to witnesses, he was arguing back with the 3 men when all of a sudden one of them pulled out a gun and shot Jordan once. The 3 men then didn't even take the bike, and they just got in the car and sped away. Jordan would go from house to house, banging on doors, hoping someone would answer, and finally he collapsed to the ground in front of one of the homes where he would be pronounced dead. There were only kind of like scattered witnesses. It was really late in the evening or early in the morning. And from what Jordan was able to relay to one of the people who answered the door and just the people who were kind of able to see, the 3 men were described as 3 African-American men. They got the description of the Chevy Impala. People kind of heard, words here and there of the argument, but there was no direct witnesses to the physical gunshot. People heard it, but no one actually saw when it happened. About an hour prior to the shooting, there was an attempted robbery that happened nearby. Police would eventually link that one to this attempted robbery and murder. There were witnesses who were at the one that happened an hour prior. Again, it was 3 African-American men in a Chevy Impala. That later, that vehicle was found burnt out because they found out that car was stolen. The 3 men were described as being about 6 foot tall each. They were probably between 17 and 20 years old, somewhere in the 200 to 215 pound range each, but they've never been found. So there is a $150,000 reward for anyone who provides information that helps capture the killers of Jordan McKay. If you have information, please call 415-575-4444. A 14-year-old girl is currently missing from Casa Grande, Arizona. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Carly Cardenas. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, there is not a ton of information on this case, but Carly has been reported missing as of right now as a runaway. However, at the time of me filming this video, she has been missing and not seen by anyone for over a week. She was last seen on August 27th, 2023. The information that I've seen on this is that Carly, who's 14 years old, met a boy online who is 15 years old. Allegedly, she ran away with that boy. I'm assuming he was also from Casa Grande, Arizona. But on August 27th, 2023, Carly was last seen on 59th Avenue and Northern, which is in Glendale, Arizona, approximately 50 to 60 miles away from where she lives. She was spotted here at this Popeyes on those cross streets. From what I understand, the 15-year-old boy she was with allegedly came back home, but he was not accompanied by Carly. I don't know if they've talked to him, interviewed him, or what the case is. I don't know how much of that detail is accurate, but all that matters at this point is that there is still a missing 14-year-old girl who was last seen in Glendale, Arizona. These are her parents and her brother. They've driven out to this area. They have driven all around throughout the neighborhoods, gone throughout all the apartment complexes, the buildings near the Popeyes, just desperately looking for her. And police are also actively looking for her, and I don't know if they have volunteers helping them or not. But as long as we get her image out there, and if anyone in Glendale, Arizona has seen her or knows where she is, you need to let authorities know immediately. She has been missing and out of contact for way too long. She's 14 years old. She may be in danger. If she ran away and she's hiding out with someone, you can't do that. You need to tell people where she is right now. Her family wants her home, needs her home. They love her dearly. They want to know that she is okay. If you have any information about the whereabouts of Carly Cardenas, please call the Casa Grande Police at 520-421-8700. There is currently a $7,500 reward being offered for her return. You can also contact the Glendale, Arizona Police Department since that is where she was last seen. Her family desperately wants her home. So please help with that. Carly, if you see this, you need to reach out to your family now. They need to know that she is safe. Hello, true crimerers. Some very wonderful news. The missing girl, Carly Cardenas, who I made a video about a couple of days ago, who had vanished on August 27th, 2023, from her home in Casa Grande, Arizona, has been found safe. She had been last seen or spotted in Glendale, Arizona, approximately 60 miles from her home, but she was found, I guess, in the Phoenix area, which basically is Glendale. I mean, it's all the same general area. As of right now, the circumstances of how she was found, what happened, what she was doing, none of that has been made public as of the time of me filming this video, but what's most important is that she has been found, she is safe, and she is back with her family. So that is all that matters, and that is absolutely wonderful news. Carly Cardenas has been found safe.
Basically what we saw was this big triangle object with 3 bright white lightnings in the corners.
And it was immobile above the motorway.
In the middle was a flashing red light. It passed by approaching the roofs since it was flying so low.
You could see 3 white lights which formed an equilateral triangle.
What exactly is it? Thousands of people have been seeing.
Sorry, Robert Stack's voice is very scary. Hello, scarer people. Here's another story of the unexplained. And I'll be using screenshots from the show Unsolved Mysteries. Pictured here is Belgium, located between the Netherlands, France, and Germany. Gotta love early 90s graphics. On November 29th, 1989, 2 Belgian gendarmes, who I guess is like their police, they were doing a routine patrol when all of a sudden they saw a field light up and they saw something strange. This something strange floating in the sky. Boom! That's what it was. 90s TV budget CGI. Great. The 2 gendarmes described it as a triangle shape, and it had lights on each corner, and in the middle was another light that was red. They called this in to their dispatcher, and he was like, yeah, okay, fellas. He noted it down, but it was like, these guys are clearly on drugs. Until that same dispatcher who discredited them, literally moments later saw 3 lights in the sky and then a red laser beam shooting out of it. And this is just outside the town of Eupen. The gendarmes said they then continued to follow this strange aircraft, and it looked to them like it was trying to measure something. And then suddenly another aircraft comes into view for them, but then just as quickly, it disappeared. And it wasn't just those 2 who saw it. People in Eupen and the surrounding areas, thousands of people, would recall seeing some sort of strange object floating in the sky. And for the most part, they all told the exact same story. They described it all the same exact way. In fact, some of them even made drawings. So this is an actual drawing that someone made the day after they saw it. This is another drawing and another drawing. And as you can tell, they all look pretty similar. And then in April of 1990, a man came forward with this actual photograph. And it looked just like they said it looked. So folks in the government got the photo and they enhanced it. They, I guess, put up the contrast. And this is the image from that photo. And then NATO came in with their own evidence. This is from their actual presentation. So this is apparently an image from some sort of radar. And it was over an area where many of the sightings had taken place. So at first, they presented this. This is an actual image where the arrow was pointing, and this is an unusual object. And it had a very strange shape. So the Belgian Air Force sent out 2 F-16s. And then this was captured. This is the actual image of an object that came onto their radar that was 7,000 feet in the air. And then suddenly that object dropped 500 to 600 feet or so in a matter of moments, all captured on this radar. And they said it traveled near the speed of light. And then it was just gone. And they have no explanation for it. Thousands of people saw the exact same thing. This includes high-ranking public officials. You have testimonies from multiple police officers, testimonies from multiple people in the Air Force. You have the actual radar images with proof that these things are lightning fast, but nobody knows what they are. And there's never been an actual explanation. Some people say it's mass delusion, that once a few people heard the story, then suddenly a bunch of people decided to pretend they saw the same thing. But thousands of people all describing the exact same thing within the same day, and this very bizarre and unexplained radar. Of course, there are skeptics, but given new information from the US government that, hey, UFOs are pretty much probably real, now this doesn't seem that unlikely. It should be noted that this seems to be in the general location of just Belgium, and that really no one else in other countries reported seeing it, which is it's weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know. What do you all think? A man taking his own life would accidentally kill another person in one of the worst freak accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. And a trigger warning, this does talk about a person ending their own life. Pictured here was 29-year-old Taylor Colley, and she lived in San Diego, California, my old stomping grounds. At the time of the story, Taylor worked as an event planner, and she was very good at it. She was described as a kind friend, someone who was always there to listen, and she was fearless. On April 25th, 2021, Taylor was actually out on a third date. As a matter of fact, this is CCTV of her on the date with the gentleman. She was super excited. They were hitting it off, and this was in downtown San Diego. And then this is footage of the couple leaving the restaurant sometime around 7:30 p.m. And then you can see them walking east on J Street, and they were heading over to the 400 block of 10th Avenue. But just moments after this image was captured, 29-year-old Taylor Colley would lose her life. This was 18-year-old Christian Anders. He was experiencing a lot of depression and his mental health was waning. He did not know Taylor Colley, they had never met. But unknown to Taylor and everyone, Christian had decided to take his own life. On that same April 25th, 2021 evening, Christian would go to the top of this parking garage in downtown San Diego. Taylor and her date have left the restaurant around 7:30 p.m., just around the same time that Christian has gotten to the top of this building. Christian was apparently seen dangling from the top, and then he let go. As he was falling, Taylor and her date were walking in that same direction. And as fate would have it, Christian Anders landed on top of Taylor Colley. Taylor was crushed instantly, and she would be pronounced dead there at the scene when paramedics arrived. Christian apparently survived, but would later be pronounced dead at the hospital. Taylor's date was unharmed physically. Taylor, who was also a huge animal lover, you think, like, what if she was late to the date by just a minute? What if they left the bar 30 seconds later or sooner? I mean, the odds of something like that actually happening, I can't imagine the odds are high. According to everyone in her life, Taylor was absolutely going places. She was going to be an extremely successful person. They said she lived her life with zest, and she always pushed herself beyond what she knows she can do. But this is one of those stories that just kind of tells you just never know what could happen. Hello, true crimerers. I have a positive update on a case I covered, I think, a couple of weeks ago about a missing teenager, Juliana Lewis, from Afton, Missouri. Juliana Lewis had last been seen on August 22nd. It's believed she may have run away with an individual she met online. But as of today, September 12th, 2023, the missing 16-year-old girl has been found. She is located and she is safe. I do not know the circumstances behind her disappearance in terms of what actually happened, where she was, who she was with, if anyone. There was a point where I think there was a belief that she may have been a victim of human trafficking, but I'm not sure if that was the case here at all. However, it is not our business, so whatever happened to her is up to the police and the family. It's their business and not ours. All that matters to us is that a 16-year-old child was found and she is safe and back with her family. So, fantastic news. All right. Her house goes up in flames. Everyone is telling police who they think did it, but this person is never arrested. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kathy Blentlinger. Viewer discretion is advised. Kathy was born on June 2nd, 1973, and that was in Rushville, Illinois. At the time of this case, she is living here in Mount Sterling in Illinois, which is a very, very, very small town. One of those towns where literally everyone knows who you are, and someone even made the comment that basically everyone in this town is essentially family. Now, Kathy married Bob Blentlinger in 1998, and I believe they had one son together, but at the time of this case, she had recently divorced Bob. She, at the time, was living alone in this house. In the early morning hours of November 9th, 2007, firefighters are called to Kathy's house because it is up in flames. Some people thought that Kathy wasn't there because she was supposed to be staying at a friend's house, But when they saw her car in the driveway, they feared the worst. And sadly, the worst was true. 34-year-old Kathy Blentlinger was dead inside the home. It actually would take 6 months for the coroner to release their report about her cause of death. They determined that she, in fact, was murdered. This is one of the photos from her home, but they determined that a can of gasoline was dumped on one of her porches, and then it was kind of meticulously put around the home. The person intended for this house to burn at the hottest it could burn. And this is the aftermath of that fire. But Kathy died of smoke inhalation. She was alive when the fire was happening, but she couldn't get out of the house. She was trapped. So she burned to death, but also she died primarily of smoke inhalation. Everyone in this small town was telling police who did it, Kathy's family especially. They were all saying it was Susie. Well, who the f*** is Susie? Susie is actually Kathy's sister-in-law. Apparently at first, Kathy and Susie had a decent relationship, but then when Kathy got pregnant, she would end up giving birth and almost dying from the pregnancy. And, her son came out okay as well. But Kathy started to get a bunch of attention, and apparently Susie didn't like that. Right around this time, little fires start being set around the town. And these fires seem to be centering around people who know Susie or are close to Susie. But there's never really any proof to show that she did it. Kathy was on pain medication around this time, and she thinks that Susie had been stealing her pain meds. So Kathy sets up a little sting operation with the local police to try to catch Susie in the act. And they do. They catch her red-handed stealing her pills. So Susie is arrested, and she's only in jail for about 2 to 3 days. And then she's put back out in the world. So after all of that, Susie becomes almost stalkerish towards Kathy. She's harassing her. She's just giving her all sorts of trouble. Kathy at a point vocalizes that she's afraid of Susie. That most people in town think Susie is the one starting these fires. And she even says, Kathy says, I'm afraid Susie's gonna burn me up. The night that she died, she was at a bar with some friends. And I guess like the day or so prior, one of her brothers told her, listen, just say the names or say the time and I will be at your house and I will basically stand guard because, you're afraid of Susie. But apparently she didn't invite her brother over this particular evening because I guess there was like intent for her to stay at a friend's house that night from what I understand. But something changed and she ended up going back to her house. Something to note is that at the bar that night, Susie was there too. People were buying drinks for Kathy and her friends and acquaintances. No one was buying anything for Susie. People noted that Susie looked a little pissed. And then several hours later, Kathy's house is ablaze and Kathy is dead. And unbelievably, Susie is never even arrested. They say that arson is one of the toughest things to prove because typically the fire burns up the evidence, which is very true. And it's very difficult to pinpoint or prove who started it. And they just apparently had absolutely no evidence. They kept saying we got circumstantial evidence against Susie, but not anything concrete. We don't have any witnesses. We have nothing, they said. And suddenly the fires around town in about the 20-mile radius around this town, suddenly the fires stop after Kathy's murder. Susie's apparently very flustered. She always seems to be concerned or nervous, like she's hiding something. But again, she's never even labeled publicly a suspect or even a person of interest. And she'll never face justice because in 2017, Susie died. And now there just doesn't seem to be any motivation to, officially solve Kathy's case. But there is theory and rumors that other people may have been involved, that Susie may have had help and she may have had help with all these other fires. Or it could not be Susie at all. Maybe this is just a random coincidence. So, if you have any information about the murder of Kathy Blentlinger, please call 217-773-2011. And you can report your tips anonymously and help this family get closure and justice. Police in Solon, Ohio are asking for the public's help in locating a missing 12-year-old girl. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kinley Hubbard. Viewer discretion is advised. Kinley Hubbard is a 12-year-old girl who lives in Solon, Ohio with her parents. She was last seen around 6 o'clock in the morning on Monday, September 4th, 2023. This is apparent footage of her where she was last seen walking away from a bus, and she may be wearing a purple backpack. But she has not been spotted by anyone ever since. Reportedly, she may have been doing searches on the internet on how to get to Chicago or California, but they don't really know if that's what her plan was or what her destination was or is. But this was at approximately 8:30 in the morning in the East Cleveland area. Kinley Hubbard is 5'3", approximately 130 pounds. She has brown hair and hazel eyes. She was last seen wearing a black hoodie, black shorts. She had on a pair of sneakers and her purple or light colored backpack. She apparently has a scar on one of her forearms that may be covered by a band-aid. Police say she left her home willingly based on the evidence they have. And as of right now, there's no evidence of foul play. But she is a 12-year-old girl who is still missing. The family is offering a $10,000 reward for any information that helps bring Kinley Hubbard home. Police have said that her disappearance has not met Amber Alert requirements, but they are still actively trying to find her, of course. If you have any information about the whereabouts of 12-year-old Kinley Hubbard, please call 440-248-1234. Just like with the case I just covered a couple of hours ago of another missing girl in Arizona, Kinley, if you see this video, you need to reach out to your family immediately. But anyone who knows where she is or is currently with needs to call her family or police right now. Hopefully she is home safe and sound here very, very soon. Hello, true crimerers. This is quite possibly the quickest turnaround I've ever done. But a missing girl that I just put a video out not too long ago has been found safe. This is according to the Solon Police Department's Twitter page that says Kinley Hubbard, missing Solon girl, has been found safe. Thanks for following us and thank you for your efforts to help. Then I checked over on their Facebook page just to double check, and it says missing girl Kinley Hubbard has been found safe. So it does appear that even though it's not widely reported at this particular moment, the police department has stated that she has been found. The circumstances I'm not sure of. I don't know where she was found, but all that matters is that she was found and she is safe. So that is fantastic. Very wonderful news. He would be hit by a car in one of the most unusual freak accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 21-year-old Michael Kozanovich, and he was from Sayreville, New Jersey. He was a graduate of Sayreville War Memorial High School. He was working at Barclay Environmental, and he was someone who loved to skateboard, he loved ATVs, and he loved cars. On December 7th, 2019, he was in Queens looking at cars. At around 10 p.m., I assume he was at some sort of car dealership where he had been looking at some Lexus IS300s, and he was standing, I guess, between two of them, so he was like in front of each one of them, technically. When somehow, some way, one of those cars was started by remote control accidentally. And that car suddenly moved forward. And what it did was it pinned him against the other Lexus. And apparently it was not like a slight little nudge. It was like a hard, basically, push that he flew into the other vehicle. So he is stuck between them when other people are trying to push one of the cars off of him. And they manage to kind of get the car pushed back, but almost immediately the car rolls forward again and slams him once again into the other Lexus. So Michael was rushed to the hospital once they were able to pull the cars apart finally, but he would be pronounced dead later that evening. So the car moved forward at a fast enough pace that it caused severe damage to him and ultimately took his life. The model I'm showing here is the more current model, but the vehicle in question was the 2002 version. And according to Lexus, the 2002s did not come equipped with remote activation, like remote startup. So this was basically a used car, obviously being sold, so someone had added that feature afterwards. And nobody knows how the remote activation started that night. And nobody really knows how the car managed to actually drive forward. It was just an extremely unusual and very bizarre freak accident. There weren't any arrests made. They determined that no person caused this to happen. It was just an insanely bizarre instance. And a young 21-year-old man lost his life in it. These are things you never really think you even have to worry about. It's crazy. 4 people would be murdered, and his motive was pretty disturbing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of William Lemke. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I can't find any photos of the victims. But it was December 29th, 2000. The residences of this home in Colville, Washington, had not been seen or heard from in several days. The Lemke family consisted of Robert and Diana, the parents, and then there were 4 children amongst them. The oldest son, Clint, did not live in the house with them. So Clint would ask his 16-year-old brother William, hey, where's the rest of the family? William told him that they had gone to California to visit a sick relative. But when Clint would call around to other family members, no one knew what family members were supposedly sick. And so this kind of raised some red flags, and so Clint would call in a welfare check to the house. When police arrived to the house, they saw William, pictured here, trying to drive away from the residence. But because there were 2 cop cars and also his brother Clint in his car, they basically blocked the driveway, so he wasn't able to leave. He gave police permission to enter the house and search the home. In the house, they found his mother's purse, the car keys. The cars were still in the driveway. They found, wallets, and they also found blood spatter in various places, just small amounts. So they would bring him in for questioning because the family was nowhere to be found. And so William would eventually confess. He said he killed 4 members of his family, his parents and 2 of his siblings. He then told police where they could find their bodies. He had taken them to a ditch, and it was snowing, and so the bodies were all covered in snow, but they were all recovered. William tried to say that he got into an argument with his dad that night about chopping wood, and that he got so pissed off he just took a rifle and he shot him. And then he killed the rest of them because they were there. But then police uncovered some very disturbing information. They recovered evidence that William had used the family's video recorder to record his own sister, specifically while she was showering and when she was undressing. And it was his 18-year-old sister, Jolene. His father found out, and he saw the video. And this really pissed him off, obviously. And so William couldn't have the whole community and the family knowing what he did to his sister. So he took out a gun and he shot his entire family. Then he would confess that he not only killed all of them, but he sexually molested his sister after she was dead. And this just came as a complete and utter shock to the family and to the entire community. Because William was a typically good kid, he got good grades, and this was just out of nowhere. In August of 2001, he was found guilty of all 4 murders. He was sentenced to life without parole. Roughly 90 minutes after this image was captured, the woman you see would be murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mackenzie Cowell. Viewer discretion is advised. Mackenzie Cowell was born on April 1st, 1992, and she lived in Wenatchee, Washington. By the time this case occurred, Mackenzie's parents were divorced, but she would spend a lot of time at her dad's house and then also spend a lot of time at her mom's house. And she loved both of her parents dearly. By 2010, she was a 17-year-old senior at Wenatchee High School. She was an excellent dancer. She was on the high school dance team. She was also doing extra credit work in cosmetology outside of the school. She was involved at the Academy of Hair Design, where she was in some job training program there. Mackenzie was described as happy, smart, full of joy and enthusiasm, and she had compassion for everyone. Unfortunately, her life would end at the age of 17. It was February 9th, 2010, and Mackenzie was at the hair design school. At approximately 3 p.m., Mackenzie leaves the school for a quick 15-minute break. CCTV would show her, and only her, walking down the parking lot. And then you could see her car backing out and driving away. These are the final images of Mackenzie Cowell. When Mackenzie hadn't arrived home by 5 p.m., her father became extremely worried. They had plans to cook dinner that night together. So he called her cell phone and he left her a numerous amount of voicemails. A few hours after this, at approximately 8 p.m., he would be told that Mackenzie's vehicle was found. The vehicle was registered to him. And so when he was contacted by police, he said, well, the driver of the vehicle is also missing, my daughter. Witnesses would later state to police that they saw what looked like a skinny younger man with dark black hair walking away from that car at around 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. Now, they searched the area where her car was found, but they didn't find her at all. They found her purse, but her debit cards and whatnot were missing from her wallet. It wouldn't be until 4 days later when they found Mackenzie. Her body was found off the Columbia River, about 50 yards from this house that was currently being sold. So no one was actually living in it. Mackenzie's body had a knife sticking out of it. It appeared whoever did this to her was attempting to cut off her arm with a serrated knife. I can't show the entire thing, Mackenzie also had extensive blunt force trauma, and it appeared she had also been strangled and stabbed a few times. There was no signs of sexual assault, and her debit cards were never even used. Apparently, the first suspect that police had was Mackenzie Cowell's mom's boyfriend. Apparently, he and Mackenzie did not get along so great. Police were able to collect DNA from the scene that did not belong to Mackenzie, and that DNA was actually on a piece of duct tape that was found next to her body. So when they ran the DNA against the boyfriend of her mom, it was not a match. There was DNA under her fingernails, apparently, that was also not a match to him. Police are able to rule out the mom's boyfriend. Then a woman comes forward to say that she watched a snuff film of Mackenzie's murder. That these two known drug dealers basically forced this woman to watch this video. So police had to look into these two men, and so they actually followed them for weeks. They, tapped phones. They did interviews. They checked diligently their phone records. And what police determined was that both men had a very airtight alibi for the entire time that Mackenzie was killed. There is absolutely no way they could have been involved. The woman who came forward would later recant her story. And then enter 29-year-old Christopher Scott Wilson. Police received a letter from an inmate at a prison. His name was Theo Keys. In that letter, he stated that Christopher was a friend of his. When Theo heard about the murder, well, he knew that Christopher Wilson attended the exact same hair school that Mackenzie was at that day. Mackenzie and Christopher knew each other. The inmate said that he had this very dark fascination with TV shows like Dexter. He had an obsession with serial killers. Hell, he even had a tattoo of Hannibal Lecter on his arm. He dyed his hair black. He started to wear black clothing. He was obsessed with, death. Theo Keys, the inmate, would say that Christopher worked at a mortuary for quite some time, and that Christopher felt at home in the mortuary. He liked to cut people up. And then he was fired from the mortuary for inappropriate behavior. Police also discovered that Christopher at one time strangled a female friend of his at a party. Then he just released her and he walked away calmly. CCTV would show Christopher right here leaving the Hair Academy 72 seconds after Mackenzie did. This was from a different exit. He also matches the description of the witnesses who said they saw a skinny, dark-haired man walking away from Mackenzie's car later on that day. Well, they checked Christopher's text message history for that day. He texted his 22-year-old girlfriend between 3 p.m. and 3:33 p.m. many times and made 5 phone calls that day to her. Police also found out he borrowed her car that day despite having his own vehicle. Now, she is actually his ex-girlfriend, still friend, and she was dating someone. Her name is Tessa, by the way, but she called her current boyfriend at about 9 p.m. and told him something really bad just happened. So police go to her and they question her and they take her cell phone and they find some very concerning videos on it. There is a video that was taken at Christopher's apartment. Basically, he was moving out and he was doing a scan of the apartment. He was doing it with Tessa. Well, Tessa on her phone zoomed in on a very specific area of the carpet. Christopher was asking, like, is it clean enough? Is it clean? Is it gone? And she was like, yeah, I guess. So police go to the apartment. They pull up the section of carpet. There was a tiny brown stain on the carpet, but underneath was blood. They test this blood. It was confirmed to be that of Mackenzie Cowell. Her blood was in the apartment of Christopher Wilson. They're able to obtain Christopher's DNA, and his DNA was found on the duct tape that was near her body, but apparently did not match any DNA under her fingernails. That hasn't matched anyone. So Christopher Scott Wilson was arrested and charged with the murder of Mackenzie Cowell. It should be noted that his DNA was not found in her car, nor were his fingerprints. His car had no trace evidence of Mackenzie. Neither did Tessa, his ex-girlfriend's vehicle, had any DNA. And the knife did not have any fingerprints or his DNA on it. Other than that blood stain in his apartment, they really didn't have a significant amount of physical evidence saying he did it. But the circumstantial evidence, plus that blood stain, plus the DNA on the duct tape, pretty strong. So he was... I just now noticed the creepy eye in the background. Ugh. Anyway, he was actually offered a plea deal, an insane plea deal, 6 years for manslaughter. He turned it down. But when Christopher caught wind that he probably wasn't going to receive a fair trial, he asked if he could take that plea deal. And they agreed, but they made an adjustment. He would have to acknowledge that he was responsible for her murder, and he would get 14 years. So he did it. He signed a document stating he was guilty of the murder, and he was sentenced to only 14 years. And he's actually near the end of that prison term. However, he has since gone on to say he denies having any involvement in her murder. He says he's innocent, but the police framed him. They must have planted that blood in the apartment. I mean, it could happen. But then how do you explain the DNA on the duct tape? Him leaving shortly after Mackenzie did. Was he prejudged because of his personality, because his love of serial killers and the show Dexter? Does that make him a killer? No. Killing someone does, and there's enough evidence to suggest that he did do it. Hopefully the right person is in prison for taking this young woman's life, and I hope she's resting in peace. A family in Toledo, Ohio are asking for your help in finding their loved one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Laura Provo. Viewer discretion is advised. Laura Provo, who goes by Lori, is 38 years old and lives in Toledo, Ohio. She was last seen at approximately 10:30 p.m. on the night of September 11th, 2023. I guess she was walking on Broadway Street near Eastern Avenue, and this is the direction going towards downtown. Allegedly, around that 10:30 p.m. time, a man pulls up next to her. The man's driving a black Chrysler 300, and the individual is just described as a black male. I don't know if this is caught on CCTV or if this is based on witness statements, but essentially what it says is that Lori was seen talking to this man in the vehicle, and then she gets in the vehicle and then it takes off. And no one has seen or heard from Lori ever since. I don't know if she knew the individual in question. I don't know if her family and friends know if she knew the individual. There really isn't a ton of information on this one. Based on witnesses, I'm guessing the black male inside the vehicle was approximately 6'2", 300 pounds, and had a goatee. I'm assuming this was based on a physical witness saw this. Laura is 38 years old. She is Native American. She is 6 foot tall, 160 pounds. She has very long, dark hair and has brown eyes. She was last seen wearing a flower pattern tank top and then blue cutoff jean shorts. And again, this is in the Toledo, Ohio area at Broadway Street near Eastern Avenue, going towards the direction of downtown. If you have any information about the whereabouts of Lori Provo, please report that information immediately. You can call Toledo Crime Stoppers and you can report this anonymously at 419-255-1111. Hopefully, Lori is found safe and is back home very soon. As usual, if there is an update, I will let you guys know. Hello, true crimeers. So I just wanted to give you guys a quick and very positive update on a missing person that I just talked about this morning, Lori Provo. According to Toledo's Missing on Facebook, there's an update that Laura Provo had been located and is safe. I do not know the circumstances. I do not know where she was, who she was with. All I know is that she is home and she is safe, and that is all that matters. So I'm glad they found her, and that is wonderful, wonderful news. He was pleading for help over a CB radio, and to this day, many people still wonder, who was Lost Boy Larry? Hello, scarers or whatever. Here's a kind of eerie tale for you. It was August 7th, 1973. A trucker in California was on his CB radio, when all of a sudden he heard a crackle, and then the sounds of a child sobbing, and then the voice of a child asking for help. The trucker would finally get the name out of the boy, and he said his name was Larry. Larry told the trucker that he and his dad were in a pickup truck, but the truck had rolled over into a ditch, and they were upside down. He's saying that he thinks his dad might be dead because he hasn't moved. And then the CB radio crackles, and his voice fades away. And this wasn't a one-off situation. Other truckers in California, New Mexico, Wyoming, and even Canada, over that same small period of time, like a day or two, they also got these haunting CB radio pleas for help from a young boy saying his name was Larry, giving the exact same story that he was looking for someone to please come find him because he can't get out of the truck. He would be crying and screaming, and sometimes it was hard to even understand what he was saying. This would prompt police in the area to do a gigantic search, seeing if they could find anything resembling this pickup truck. The search went on for days, but they never found any pickup truck. They never found Larry or his dad, and so the search was called off. They had done reference checks to see if anyone named Larry by chance was reported missing, or maybe a father and son who was reported missing. They didn't find anyone. On one of the calls, the boy, Larry, said he could actually see the searchlights from a plane up above, that the rescuers were really close, that they're right there. But they reportedly never found him, never noticed him. And then, after about 5 days, Larry never made another transmission again. There are many people who believe that this was some kind of hoax, but the truckers who heard these calls said they sounded far too real, that Larry was real. He was out there somewhere, but Larry was never found. Some speculate that the very first initial CB call was genuine, that a boy named Larry was probably out there in a truck somewhere with his dad, and that the calls after that were probably a hoax. Some argued that the CB radio's battery wouldn't last that long, but then later on it was proven that they could. There are no recordings of these calls, and many people still wonder, was Lost Boy Larry real? And most importantly, where is he? December 27th, 1993 would be this officer's end of watch. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Officer Martin Gans. Viewer discretion is advised. Martin Gans was born on July 13th, 1964, and that was in Garden Grove, California. He would later go on to serve in the U.S. Marine Corps, and then after that, he would go on to join the Manhattan Beach Police Department. And he would go on to serve for 5 years before his end of watch would occur. Martin was a super happy guy. He was really well loved. He had a fiance at the time of the story. He was just a really happy guy. And by all accounts, he absolutely loved doing what he did. They said that he aspired to become an officer since like the age of like 10 or 12, that he was just like destined for this job. And eventually that's exactly what he did. It was the night of December 27th, 1993. Officer Martin Gans was actually doing a ride-along with his nephew. And this was department sanctioned, so everybody knew that this was going on. His nephew, Don, was 12 years old. At approximately 11 p.m. that night, he and Don were at the Manhattan Village Mall, which is on Sepulveda Boulevard. Officer Gans noticed that across the street there was a gentleman in a vehicle that was basically well over the crosswalk, illegally basically over it at a red light. So he went onto his, horn and said, "Hey, driver, please back up." The driver backed up a little bit, but was still illegally over the crosswalk. So what he does is he basically pulls around behind this vehicle, puts on his lights, and he gets out of his squad car. At this point, witnesses, including 12-year-old Don, said that they saw Martin basically approach the driver's side of this vehicle, leaned over to say something, and then they saw the driver lean to their right, almost as if they're going into the glove compartment. And then suddenly, a loud pop. Officer Gans basically falls backwards, and he kind of crouches down and begins to go back towards his squad car. That's when the individual in the other car got out and followed behind him about 6 to 8 feet or so. And when Gans got to the back of his vehicle, this guy came up and shot at him again in his back. Then witnesses saw the individual put the gun in both of his hands, point downwards towards Officer Gans, who's on the ground, and he fires one more shot. Then the guy flees back into his car and he takes off. All while his 12-year-old nephew is in the patrol car watching all of this unfold. Luckily, Officer Gans taught him how to use the radio, so Don called for help. Several officers arrived within minutes. Officer Gans was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately he would be pronounced deceased. He had 2 gunshot wounds that actually entered his body, and they believe the fatal one is the one that entered his head. He also was shot through his chest that ended up breaking some bones in his body. Then there was a 3rd bullet embedded in his bulletproof vest. Police collected whatever evidence they could from the scene. They took all of the witness statements, including that of Don's. They would end up getting footage from bank surveillance cameras, and they discovered that Officer Gans's killer was driving this type of car. A Daihatsu Charade? Sorry, car people, if I said that way wrong. But they noticed that this car had some damage in the front, so they put out this to the public. And soon, the public responds. A man named Roger Brady owned that exact car with that exact damage. Police get a warrant to search his premises and also to search his vehicle. Unfortunately, none of that came up with any actual evidence. They have circumstantial evidence that the car was at the crime scene, but nothing physical. So because they couldn't arrest him then, he ends up moving across state lines. So then he's living in Oregon. Well, there he commits a robbery, and there is a witness to that robbery, 55-year-old Catalina Correa. So he killed her. And after a brief shootout, he was captured. And so at that point, police search his home in Oregon, and they find this little lockbox, something his parents had never seen before, because that's who he lived with. Well, in it was a gun, which was a .380 caliber, the exact same caliber that ended the life of Martin Gans. So they would test fire the gun, and they would match it up with the bullet found in Officer Gans's bulletproof vest, and it was an exact match. His gun was the gun to shoot and kill the officer. He must have hid it before in that first search, where police never found that box. So Roger Brady goes on trial for the murder of Catalina Correa. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Then he's extradited to California to face the murder charges of Officer Gans. He is convicted of that one as well. This time, he is sentenced to death. As far as I can tell, Roger Brady is still awaiting his execution. But the last time California put anyone to death was 17, 18 years ago. And I believe there's currently a moratorium on it there. Maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So his death sentence likely won't be carried out either ever or for a very, very long time. Either way, he will never breathe free air again. A cleaning solution mistake would lead to 5 of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't really have any photos of any of the people involved or even the company, but this story took place at a company called Bastian Plating, which I guess did like metal melting, and I guess they had tanks of zinc cyanide. In June of 1988, one of these employees was tasked with cleaning out one of the large tanks that had zinc cyanide, and the tank was about 5 or 6 feet deep. The employee used a chemical to clean out the tanks, and it ended up being the wrong chemical. He had grabbed muriatic acid to clean the walls of the tank. Unfortunately, muriatic acid mixed with zinc cyanide essentially creates a poisonous gas, hydrogen cyanide, which is extremely lethal if inhaled, ingested, etc. So within moments of him using the chemicals, he basically created this vaporous poison, and it is believed that he passed out, and then a couple other employees saw this, went into the tank to try to help him. They then basically inhaled all of these vapors as well. And then they basically collapsed. And then a 5th person tried to go in, but when he went in, he slipped and he smacked his head against the walling of the tank. And he passed out. And later it would be found out that his eyes were basically burnt out from the acid. And then he slipped into a coma, but later would be pronounced dead. The 4 men, and well, the 5th man as well, basically they slowly suffocated as they were inhaling these vapors. It was such a strong amount that they likely would have been dead within minutes, but for those few minutes, they were suffering, and it was very painful, and they were basically choking. And they hadn't realized that this was what was happening, so they were just, the other men were just concerned about saving the other guy. So no one really had any idea of what was causing this. But unfortunately, because they went in to help the first man, 4 more men would die pretty excruciatingly. And then that 5th man was in a coma for, I guess, a couple of weeks before they took him off life support, and he passed away. From what I understand, they had to change workplace laws because of this, but it looks like it actually took a very, very, very long time for any kind of significant changes to actually take effect. And what's unbelievable is that no one really had the training to know what these chemicals would do to each other, and that these chemicals were just readily available to use. So a lot of regulations had to be put into play because of this horrific incident. Help me! How did this get on my For You page? I don't feel safe here. I don't know what I liked or what I watched to get me to this. I need an adult! I don't like. She was seen walking down this road by herself, and then she was never seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Mary Johnson Davis. Viewer discretion is advised. Mary Johnson Davis was born on August 31st, 1981 in Washington. She was a member of the Tulalip tribe and lived on the Tulalip Reservation, which I believe is about 40 miles north of Seattle. Mary had her ups and her downs, but she was described as a really good, very lovable person. She was a jokester who just liked to have fun with people. Mary had a big family, and they all loved her very much. On November 25th, 2020, from what I understand, Mary was walking to a friend's house. This is right around Thanksgiving. And apparently she would be walking down this long stretch of road, which is called the Fire Trail Road. And she was actually walking east. But Mary never got to the friend's house. And this is where I get kind of lost in, I don't know what happened over the next 2 weeks, but nobody reported Mary missing for 2 weeks. It was her estranged husband who reported her missing. He told police that she was walking to this friend's house and that he just hadn't seen her for the past 2 weeks. Apparently that's a normal thing. He said that she would go off for weeks at a time, allegedly. 3 people would come forward after this went public, and all 3 people said they saw her walking alone on that road. None of the stories state like what her behavior may have looked like to them, if she was just calmly walking or if she appeared to be in a hurry. I don't know. But all anyone knows now is that she was seen on the highway and then she was never seen again. She's never been seen since. Not one single trace of Mary has been found. No body, no clothing items, no purse, no wallet, no cell phone has been located. Apparently there's been no activity on her cell phone since around that time. So they can't even really like ping a location or anything. Her disappearance happened kind of around the same time as Gabby Petito, and as we all know, everyone on this planet had their eyes on Gabby Petito. Everybody was in that business. Everyone was looking for her all over the news. But also, many Indigenous women went missing at that same time. No one cared at all. Barely even made the local news, for God's sakes. Her family thinks she may have been a victim of human trafficking. Has anyone looked at the estranged husband? I don't know. There's been nothing, and that's literally all I have for you. But at the time of this case, Mary was 41 years old. She is 5'6", approximately 115 pounds, with dark brown hair and brown eyes. She also has this tattoo on her right arm, and in case you can't see it, it's like a sunburst tattoo. She has a scar across her nose, and she has a birthmark on the back of her neck. There is a $60,000 reward still being offered. And if you have any information about the disappearance of Mary Johnson Davis, please contact 360-716-5918. She was seen boarding the cruise ship, but she was never seen leaving it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Marion Carver. Viewer discretion is advised. The story happens in 2004 when Marion Carver was 40 years old. She had been working as a banker and she had recently been divorced. In August of 2004, unbeknownst to her family, friends, and anyone in her life, she purchased tickets for a cruise, specifically Royal Caribbean's Celebrity Cruise Line, and she was aboard the Mercury. Now, apparently she purchased her tickets just 2 days prior to the cruise ship taking off. Marion was seen boarding the cruise ship, and she had interactions with a particular steward on the cruise ship. The steward would later say that Marion seemed to be in a really good mood. She seemed happy, she was smiling, she was friendly, but she also seemed to just kind of want to be alone, and she was never observed on the ship with anyone. The steward said that instead of going to the restaurant on the ship, she would just order room service. Shortly after the cruise began its journey, which was a 7-day journey from Washington State to Alaska, that steward said that he never saw Marion again. As a matter of fact, he told the ship's security personnel, this woman is missing. And they basically just brushed him off. Marion's belongings were still in her room. And then another day goes by, he still doesn't see her. He tells the security again, I think she's missing. And then again, nothing. It wouldn't be until after the cruise was said and done that anyone even knew she was on the cruise. Her father, her family would report her missing, and that's how they found out she even was on that cruise, based on her credit card usage. So then her dad reached out to the cruise line. They basically told her that at the end of the cruise, her belongings were all still there, including her only pair of shoes she brought, also a manila envelope filled with something they haven't said what it was, and they would donate the items that weren't claimed to charity. They told her father that they erase footage from the cruise line every 3 days, so they told him there was no footage of where she went. Police discovered that Marion did have a specific card to use on the cruise ship. It had money on it, but that card was never used. It was also used as a form of ID for the ship. Again, never used. There's also no records of her ever leaving the ship. And it did stop at numerous locations for people to get off. The steward told the father about his interactions with Marion. He also told the father that the security personnel and the captain basically said, go away. That's when the father found out that the footage isn't actually erased every 3 days, it's every month. But by this time, it was already too late, the footage was gone. The cruise line personnel found out that Marion had thoughts of ending her own life because of her recent divorce. And so they were like, yeah, she probably just jumped off the ship at one point. Her room was actually right by the, I guess, observation deck, which would have been about a 100-foot drop to the ocean. But nobody witnessed it. They also discovered that she packed almost no clothing, and one of her only outfits was in the room. So if she did do this, she would have done it basically naked, or just in her underwear and bra. But no one heard or saw anything. Some people did report that they thought they saw Marion with an unknown man aboard the ship, but they really couldn't verify that. Her father would end up suing the cruise line, and he won a small amount of money because of her disappearance. But ultimately, it didn't matter for him because he still has no idea where his daughter is. And sadly, he passed away in 2019, never knowing what happened to her. Marion was aboard a cruise line, and then suddenly she wasn't. She's never been seen ever again. Did she end her own life? Was she a victim of foul play? Did she disappear on her own? Nobody knows. But if you do have any information about her disappearance, you can actually contact the detectives in Massachusetts, where I believe she is from. You can reach them at 617-349-3211. Hello, true crimerers. This is another murdered or missing Indigenous woman case, and it is the case of Janice Marie Wilson. Viewer discretion is advised. Sadly, I don't have any confirmed photos of Janice, and I really don't have much information about her. I do know that she was a member of the Yakima Nation, and she lived on the reservation. And she attended Toppenish High School. But at the time of the story, she is 20 years old. It was August of 1987. The 20-year-old had attended a party. She would leave that party sometime in the very, very early morning hours, and she was supposed to, I guess, hitchhike to her boyfriend's home. And I guess her boyfriend lived in Sunnyside. But Janice never made it to the boyfriend's. Janice never made it anywhere. She just vanished. Sadly, on August 9th, 1987, Janice's body was found near an orchard. And this was just outside of Granger. Janice had been so horrifically beaten that they could not even tell who the woman was just by a visual look at her. They were only ever able to identify her based on her dental records. And that's how they confirmed that the body was, in fact, Janice Marie Wilson. Her cause of death was a few severe blunt force trauma injuries to her head. And it also appeared that she had been sexually assaulted. But at the time, they didn't really have any evidence visual that they could see that they could use to trace against anyone. So this case went cold, and it went cold for a very, very long time. That is until 2009, when a cold case team reopened her case. They took her clothing and they, tested all of it for DNA, and they found some, and the DNA did not belong to her. So they plugged that DNA into the system, and it came up with a match. The DNA matched a man named Samuel Posada. Police confirmed that he was the same age as Janice, and they attended the same high school. But they couldn't find any witnesses to state that they even knew each other existed. He denied having anything to do with her murder. His DNA was in the system because he had criminal offenses in his past, including drugs. But the DNA doesn't necessarily mean he was her killer, just that he may have had sex with her. Samuel Posada would do the unusual thing of waiving a jury trial, instead having his trial be decided by his judge. So in 2011, he went on trial for the murder of Janice Wilson. The judge found him not guilty, and he was fully acquitted. There just wasn't enough evidence to say he actually killed her, despite the DNA evidence. And sadly, like so many other murdered Indigenous women, Janice's case remains unsolved. Multiple garbage bags would be found, and they would each contain several pieces of her body. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Morna Jean Brennan. Viewer discretion is advised. Morna Jean Brennan was born on August 24th, 1964. She was one of two children. She had a sister that she loved dearly. And the family lived in the quaint and peaceful little town of Maplewood, Minnesota. Morna was described as a super, happy-go-lucky young woman. At the time of this case, she was 22 years old. She was definitely a social butterfly. She would go out as often as she could, especially, the nightlife, going to bars and that kind of thing. And on the night of November 7th, 1986, that's exactly what she was doing. She and some friends had gone to a local bar. That bar was called MT Pockets. They were having a fun time. Everyone was, drinking and dancing. But by 12:30 in the morning, they said it's time to call it a night and go home. So Morna went outside and she was waiting for her friend who was finishing up a conversation to come out and they would go home together. When the friend left the bar, however, Morna was gone and no one can recall seeing her leave. The friend just assumed that someone else picked her up and took her home. But by 4 p.m. the following day, when her family and friends realized that no one had seen her, they reported her missing. So of course they would search around Maplewood, and in a wooded area kind of off of the town, they found her purse discarded. So they branched out farther to see if they could find her, but they had no luck. But they did find a trash bag that had like bloody sheets in it. That blood would be determined to be human blood, but in 1986 they couldn't determine if it was Morna's blood or not. 2 weeks after that, a man who was walking around this area would find several trash bags. Each of those bags held body parts, and eventually they would be confirmed to be that of 22-year-old Morna Jean Brennan. They could determine that her cause of death was likely her throat being slit, and then she was dismembered and placed in several bags. Morna had no enemies, no jilted exes, so the police would look at people at the bar that night. They narrowed it down to 3 guys. One of them was referred to as the karate guy. His name was Rookie Kiger. Apparently he was a self-proclaimed martial artist. He had a criminal history of physical and sexual assault against women. They learned on the night in question, he got into a huge argument with his girlfriend. He then stormed out and went to the bar. He made advances towards Norma. She declined his advances. When police are searching his apartment, they find more blood. It was the same blood type as that of the sheet and the same blood type as Morna's, but again, they could not say for sure that it was Morna's blood because they didn't have the technology yet. Rookie Kiger would then go on to basically admit that he did it. He admitted that on that night he got into that big fight with his girlfriend and he really wanted to take it out on someone, so he went to MT Pockets. He hit on a few women. He was rejected by pretty much all of them. And apparently Morna was the last straw. So he left and then he got into his car. A little bit later on, he saw Morna sitting outside the bar on her own, and so he offered her a warm car to sit in while she waited. And unfortunately, she did it. He then drives away with her, slams her head into the dashboard, brought her back to his apartment where he sexually assaulted her, and then slit her throat, and he basically let her bleed out in his bathtub. He left her there for a day or so, then he kept her body in the back of his truck for a couple of days. Then he moved her body to underneath a pile of marble at his place of work. And then once the investigation was really kicking in, he got nervous that they were going to find him, so he took her body, dismembered it, put it into several trash bags, and threw it around the lake. So Ricky, the karate guy Kiger, was charged with the murder of Norma Brennan. He would end up pleading guilty instead of going to trial, and he would be sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died in prison at the age of 56. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Mueller family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Mueller family consisted of William, Nancy, and Sarah, who at the time the story takes place was 8 years old. The family lived in Tilly, Arkansas. Now, William was actually an arms dealer. He dealt in weapons and guns. In February of 1995, William was robbed. Basically, it was a home invasion where they stole $50,000 worth of guns. And then, on January 11th, 1996, the Mueller family would end up going missing. In June of 1996, 3 bodies were discovered in Lake Dardanelle, there in Arkansas. Victims had plastic bags, duct tape around their head, and it appeared that whoever put them in there tied rocks to them in order to sink them. And the police would eventually identify the 3 victims as the Mueller family. It was determined that all 3 victims had died by suffocation. So this is Chevy Kehoe. He is a white supremacist. His entire family is really messed up, and you can do a whole other video on all of them. But with relation to this case, he was essentially caught selling the guns that were stolen from William's home on both occasions, during the robbery in 95 and then the murder in 96. And through him, they found out about another man. Sorry for looking. Hi. This charming fella is Daniel Lewis Lee, also a white supremacist. Shocker. Well, the authorities were basically able to tie him with Chevy Kehoe to the illegal sale of the weapons that were stolen. So there were arrests made, and this also included other family members of Chevy's family because of various other crimes. They had escaped police after a shootout. So Daniel was charged with capital murder, as was Chevy. Both men would be convicted of the triple homicide. Basically, it was discovered that the three of them broke into the family's home knowing they had guns. They tied all three family members up. They tried to basically interrogate the 8-year-old child to find out where more money and where more guns were. And that's when they placed plastic bags over all of their heads with duct tape and let them slowly suffocate, and then disposed of their bodies in the lake. Now, Chevy, who organized this, was given life in prison without parole. But Daniel was sentenced to death. The victims' families actually asked them not to execute him. The victims' families were adamant about this. And in 2020, it got to a point where this case would go to the Supreme Court, but they would basically state, no, he's going to be executed. So on July 14th, 2020, Daniel Lewis Lee was executed. It was the first federal execution in 17 years. And Chevy Kehoe will be rotting in a prison cell for the rest of his natural life. Have fun being a white supremacist there, bud. Yeah. This is the aftermath of one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was a Russian Oscar II class submarine called the Kursk. On August 12th, 2000, the Kursk was involved in a training exercise in the Barents Sea. There were a grand total of 33 ships and submarines involved in this exercise. From what I understand, the Kursk was set to launch a dummy torpedo at a target with the warhead removed. At 11:29 a.m., they did just that. But from what I understand, the other vessels in the area, they basically picked up the sounds of a large explosion. It was actually registered as a 1.5 on the Richter scale. 2 minutes and 14 seconds later, another explosion is detected, this time measuring 4.2 on the Richter scale, and it appeared to be coming from the seabed. Later, it would be determined that the explosion that happened in the Kursk was the equivalent to 2 to 3 tons of TNT exploding. It's believed that one of those torpedoes was faulty and it caused a fuel leakage. That caused a fire to spread pretty rapidly, which then exploded about 7 more torpedoes in the submarine. Keep in mind, there are 118 people on this vessel. That second explosion would basically rip pieces off of the sub. It basically tore it open. It ended up taking them a few days to actually be able to do a rescue attempt because of the horrible weather. This is what they found at the bottom of the ocean. It was found on the ocean floor about 350 feet down. All 118 people on board, unfortunately, were killed, but not all of them died right away. It is believed that 23 men at least survived the initial explosions. Some of the other people likely survived the explosions for some time, but died because of the explosion. This is further proved because they heard tapping noises when they were recording sounds in the ocean. They were tapping for help. They even found handwritten notes that survived all of this, that the gentleman had wrote as they were dying. One of them was written by this individual. His note would basically say, "None of us can get to the surface." The notes described how the temperature was dropping in the submarine. Water was slowly pouring into the submarine where they were trying to survive. The notes described how some of the men were horrifically burned but still alive. The lights kept going in and out. It was basically pitch dark. And then over the course of a couple of days, those 23 men slowly suffered and died. in a pitch-dark tomb slowly filling with water. The families of all the victims would be compensated, but they also have to live with the knowledge that their family members suffered. A house charred beyond recognition, a dead body, and a mystery that still remains. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nanette Krentel. Viewer discretion is advised. Nanette Krentel was born on July 26, 1967, and that was in New Orleans, Louisiana. At the time of this story, Nanette was a retired pre-kindergarten teacher. Her family says they will always remember her for her kind heart and her love for animals and children. She devoted any free time she had to helping others, to donating her time, especially to charity organizations. And then she loved art, she loved baking, and she was just a wonderful woman. Back in 1995, she had married a man by the name of Steve Krentel, and he already had a son. And then eventually they built a home in Lacombe, Louisiana, which is where they lived up until this case began. It was July 14th, 2017. The day began like any other day. Steve, who was the local fire chief in the area, was getting ready to go to work. Nanette would walk him outside to his vehicle, and he left. At 7:45 a.m., Nanette is observed getting McDonald's through the drive-thru. She arrives back at her house at 9:11 a.m. At 10:03 a.m., Nanette makes a call from her cell phone to her Kmart because that's where her pharmacy was. At 1:30 p.m., she places another call from her cell phone to a person that they would later find out was not anyone that she knew, and that person did not know her. There is belief that this may have been a wrong number dial. And that was the last time she made any contact with anyone. About an hour later, 911 is called because the Krentel home is observed on fire. The first team of firefighters arrive, and then Steve Krentel's, his unit, they arrive shortly after that. And this is an image from his vehicle. It takes some time, but eventually the fire is put out. This is the aftermath of that fire. Inside the home, they found, I believe, 3 deceased animals and the body of one adult human, charred beyond any recognition. But forensic testing would confirm that the body was that of Nanette Krentel. Now, at first, the coroner would rule her death a suicide because there was a gun nearby, but the gun was also completely charred. It was destroyed. They then realized that the bullet hole itself was in a location on her head that it would have been very difficult for her to do on her own. And the fact that there was no soot in her lungs at all means she was dead before the fire was set. And the fire, they determined, was set intentionally. Nanette's body was found face up in the master bathroom. The gun wasn't within proximity to her hand, meaning it was far away, so if she did it herself, they don't know how the gun would have gotten to where it got. But then they determined that there was accelerant used in both the master bedroom as well as another room in the house. They also discovered that all of the security cameras they had at the house were doused in some sort of gasoline, as well as the DVR system that records the images that was also doused in gas and then set on fire. So any images of whoever did this are gone forever. The gun, which could have had fingerprints on it, destroyed. The fire consumed everything in this house. Whatever evidence may have been left will never be recovered. Now that this is ruled a murder, the first person they look to is Steve Krentel. However, they were able to determine through CCTV, numerous witnesses, time card punches, that he was nowhere even close to the house when the fire would have started and when Nanette would have been killed. They did discover, however, that he was having an affair with someone at the fire station, something Nanette knew about, and according to Nanette's family, she was thinking about ending the marriage. Steve, however, says the marriage was fine. They also discovered that Steve had a brother named Brian. Brian had just recently gotten out of prison, and according to Nanette, Brian blamed Nanette and Steve for the reason why he was in prison. Nanette was terrified of Brian. According to her, in emails she sent to family members, Brian threatened her, specifically threatened to burn the house down with her and Steve inside. But Brian was caught on CCTV at Brian's mom's house the entire day that the fire would have started and that Nanette would have been killed. So now they've ruled out Steve and they've ruled out Brian. According to Nanette's father, sometime shortly before the murder happened, Nanette had told him she felt she was being stalked or watched by some strange man. That there was an image of a man at the end of their driveway. He was like smoking a cigarette and drinking something. And that he gave Nanette just the creeps. But who that man is, no one knows. They've never been able to trace him. The image of him, I guess, is just not remotely clear. Another suspect was Steve's now adult son, and I guess Nanette was afraid of him because he owned a bunch of guns. But police found out that he was out of state, hundreds of miles away. There's no way he could have done it. So in the end, we have a charred out house with no evidence remaining. We have a woman shot dead inside, and we have no suspects. Police are still looking for those answers. If you have information, please call 985-726-7835. That may have sounded like actual fear, but the reality is it was all just an act. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nathan Payette. Viewer discretion is advised. Nathan Payette was born on February 12, 1982, and he was born and raised in Guam. Growing up, he would be friends with this woman. Her name is Michelle. The two of them were lifelong friends, which then turned into marriage, and then eventually they had 4 children together. Nathan would then join the Air Force, and he was really excited to serve his country. He was in the Iraq War, and he became a decorated member of the U.S. Air Force. After that, he would be given a job at Nellis Air Force Base, which then meant he and his family had to move to Las Vegas, which they did. For the most part, it seemed like Nathan and Michelle had a pretty decent marriage. There wasn't anything abnormal. Nathan was described as an absolutely wonderful father. But towards the time this case took place, some of Nathan's family members would begin to notice that there was some tension between Nathan and Michelle. His family also noticed that it appeared as if the couple was struggling to fill the fridge and the cabinets with food, that there was financial struggles happening. But on the surface, Nathan and Michelle looked okay. Nathan would work the overnight shift at Nellis Air Force Base, and he worked a lot because he was doing everything he can to make sure he supports his family, especially his children. On the night of December 1st, 2010, police would get a 911 call. As Nathan was leaving the house to go to work, he opened the garage, and then all of a sudden, 5 gunshots rang out. Nathan would collapse to the ground, but then got back up. He had been struck by those bullets, and he was trying to get his way through the garage, and he stumbled, and then by the time he got in the house, he collapsed in front of his wife and children, and then his wife called 911. At first, her phone call sounded like genuine terror and distress, but police would find out it was really just more of a performance. Nathan was rushed to the hospital and he was pronounced dead. Police would interview Michelle, his wife. There were witnesses who saw a black vehicle driving away from the house. When Michelle was questioned, she said that she knows someone with a vehicle like that. A coworker of hers at a telemarketing job that she had, Michael Rodriguez. But then doing more further digging, they discovered that Michelle and Michael were actually having an affair. And this affair had been going on for quite some time. Michael Rodriguez is a convicted felon himself. But apparently he and Michelle were head over heels for each other. So they thought of a way, how do we get rid of Nathan? Well, how do we get rid of Nathan, but also get money? Because life insurance policies, right? That's always the key. And it was no different here. You see, Nathan, because he worked for the U.S. military, had a $650,000 life insurance policy. And that would go to Michelle. And there were some serious money struggles going on in the family. Investigators discovered that the two of them had been texting each other literally moments before the murder took place. But it seemed coded. Michael had texted her saying something like, I'm ready for the Van Dyke's contract. He's a pain in the ass. At 11:19 p.m., she texts him back, my husband just woke up and he's now rushing out to go to work. And then a few short minutes after that, Nathan is gunned down. When presented with this information, Michelle cracks. She confesses. However, she said that the whole plan was primarily Michael Rodriguez's. She claimed she was trying to sabotage the plot the night of the murder. She intentionally, she said, turned off Nathan's alarms that he would wake up past the time he was supposed to get up to go to work, which is what happened. He was late for work that night. She was also supposed to unlock Nathan's truck for Michael to go in, but she didn't do that. But she still let Nathan leave the house, knowing full well what the plan was. Then the police find out that there was another person involved, Corey Hawkins, a friend or acquaintance of Michael Rodriguez. It turns out that Michael and Corey drove to the house together, and Corey was the actual trigger man. Michael had tried to offer police an alibi that he was at a hotel with a hooker, and the person he claimed to be with confirmed his alibi, but then told police afterwards he actually asked me to make up that alibi. He wasn't with me when he said he was. Michelle Payette, Michael Rodriguez, Corey Hawkins, they were all arrested and charged with their involvement in the murder. Michael Rodriguez would be convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Michelle Payette would actually plead guilty to first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, and she too was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Corey Hawkins would plead guilty to first-degree murder, and he too was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Michelle didn't get the money she wanted. She also lost her little side lover forever, and now their 4 children don't have a father and don't have a mother. I hope hell is very hot. Oh, heck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gee.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Christ.
It's a good thing I got a bar right on my nuts. Oh, my God.
How are your nuts?
Oh, yeah. Togo, death machine, Togo, death machine. So awesome.
Your nuts okay? Oh boy.
Ow!
You're gonna need a new pair. Whee! Ah!
Oh, my head and my nuts, both at the same time.
Oh, which head? Oh. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. And no, this is not about the death of that man's nuts, but I hope he had kids at some point. This particular story took place at Expo Land in Japan, specifically on the roller coaster the Fujin Raijin 2. This particular ride opened in 1992 and it was a stand-up roller coaster. It would go as fast as 75 kilometers per hour or 46 miles per hour, and it would go through all of this. On May 5th, 2007, tragedy would strike. Apparently, one of the wheels and axles malfunctioned and broke. This was about halfway through the ride, and it occurred just as the ride was about to go into the circular portion of the track. This would cause one of the carts holding 2 different people to slam to the side to the left. And the 2 passengers who were in this, one of them was injured, and the other one, a 19-year-old student, she slammed her head into the side rail at a very high force, and she was killed instantly. They discovered she had severe blunt force trauma. They would end up finding, I guess, the wheel that broke off down on the ground below, and an investigation discovered that that particular wheel axle hadn't been looked at for over 15 years. As a matter of fact, the ride itself hadn't been properly maintained for a very, very long time. This entire incident happened like that. It was super quick. This type of event would put a damper on the park, understandably. They tried reopening the park sometime shortly afterwards, but nobody came. The theme park became a ghost town, and eventually they closed. Now it's just a home to a bunch of overgrown weeds and bushes, and People hop the fence to take eerie photos. But when somebody dies on one of your rides, you have to expect this to happen. He said he wanted to free them from Satan. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nicholas James Kadrovich. Viewer discretion is advised. 13-year-old Nicholas James Kadrovich lived here in this neighborhood in Osgood, Indiana, with his mom, his mom's boyfriend, his 2 siblings, and also a step-sibling. One of those siblings was 2-year-old Desiree. On May 1st, 2017, Nicholas was tasked with babysitting his siblings and, giving them a bath. When Nicholas's mom got home that night, Desiree was not breathing. Nicholas said he didn't know what happened, that she just stopped breathing. She was rushed to the hospital and they were able to revive her, but sadly 5 days later she would succumb and she passed away. Nicholas said that she had gotten sick and she threw up when he was giving her a bath. This was 11-month-old Nathaniel Ritz. He was the son of Nicholas's mom's boyfriend. On July 20th, 2017, 911 was called again to their home because Nathaniel had stopped breathing. This time, Nicholas's mom and the boyfriend asked if Nicholas could put Nathaniel to bed. Not too soon afterwards, Nicholas says Nathaniel stopped breathing. 911 was called, he was rushed to the hospital, but he was pronounced dead later that evening. Nicholas and Nathaniel, they actually shared a bedroom. Nicholas said he had gone in there, put him to bed, and then he was just cleaning the room when he turned over and he looked and saw that Nathaniel was turning blue, and that's when he screamed for his mom. But Nicholas and his other sibling were removed from the house because, they assumed the parents were doing something. Well, later on in 2017, when he was staying with a relative, he mutilated cats, horrifically tortured them. And then this apparently prompted him to tell his grandmother that he was responsible for the death of his 2 siblings. So detectives got involved and then they had a child psychologist come in. Nicholas would say that he had to free them from Satan, that he had to free them from hell and the chains of fire. He said he wanted to save them from his mom's boyfriend because the boyfriend was abusive to him. So he explained that he put a towel over Desiree's face and pressed down hard until she stopped breathing. He did pretty much the same thing to baby Nathaniel with a blanket. It doesn't sound like the boyfriend's abuse allegations by him were true. So the 13-year-old boy was charged as an adult. Good. And they determined he was competent to stand trial. He was convicted and sentenced to 100 years in prison. Good. Police in New Jersey are asking for the public's help in trying to locate a missing grandmother. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Norma Yates. Viewer discretion is advised. Norma Yates is a 63-year-old mother and grandmother who lives in Winslow Township, New Jersey. From what I understand, on July 29th, 2023, there was a welfare check called in for Norma. So police went to her trailer home that she lived at, and I guess they saw her outside leaning against a wall charging her cell phone. They gave her a bottle of water because she said she was thirsty, and then she went back inside. And that, reportedly, is the last time anyone saw Norma ever again. After her family couldn't get a hold of her, on July 31st, 2023, so just a couple of days after she was seen by police, she was reported missing. What's more concerning is that in her home was her purse, her wallet, her cell phone, all of her cash, credit cards. All of her belongings were inside her home. One of her daughters said that she is normally a very tidy person, but the inside of her house looked kind of messy this particular time, which was very unusual. Norma didn't drive, she didn't have a car either. It doesn't sound like she herself had a camera on any of her walls, but police would go down the road and they would ask neighbors if they had any kind of camera footage, and all of the camera footage they were able to find showed nothing at all. There was no images of Norma walking out of her place. There was no images of Norma walking down the road, anything. Norma just vanished completely. Her family has searched places that Norma would tend to like walk to or go to, but she wasn't at any of those places. No one from those places said they saw her recently. Police themselves have driven up and down the entire area. They've looked in the wooded areas. They've used canines. They've gotten absolutely no signs of her, no trace of her at all. No one has called in saying they've seen her. So no tips whatsoever. She actually turned 63 after she disappeared, and her family said it was very unusual because she loved celebrating her birthday. Police and her family say that I guess Norma likes to visit the West Atco area, so they're asking anyone in that area if they've seen her at all to please contact police immediately. Police have stated that they don't, at this point, believe she's in danger or that it's, I guess, not an emergency, I suppose, to them. But they are also, of course, concerned that she is missing with no one seeing her whatsoever. So Norma is 5'1", 130 pounds. And if you have any information about her whereabouts, please call 609-567-0700. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Outback Steakhouse murders. Viewer discretion is advised. In the early morning hours of September 1st, 2003, police were called to an Outback Steakhouse in Texarkana, Texas. Matt Hines, who was the owner of this particular Outback, he had gone in that night. This was his last day of vacation as well, by the way. But he had gone to the restaurant that night in order to help the two managers close up. Unfortunately, I don't have photos of him. But his wife noticed he hadn't come home, and so she called his cell phone and she called the restaurant. He wasn't answering any of them. So a few more hours goes by, he's still not home, he's still not picking up the phone, so she calls police. Police arrive at the Outback. They manage to get a hold of an employee who has keys to the building. They open the door, and in the back office of the Outback Steakhouse were 3 bodies. One of them was Matt Hines. The second body was Crystal Willis. And the third, the only victim I have a photo of, was Rebecca Shiflett. Rebecca was also about 6 months pregnant. It was determined that roughly $800 was stolen from the restaurant. 3 lives for $800. Police put out a $100,000 reward for any information that would lead to the capture of their killers. And a brother of one of the perpetrators would turn his own family in. Roderick Henson said his brother Richard Henson was involved, but that the actual shooter was his friend Stefan Walter. Richard and Stefan both had worked at the Outback and both had been fired. The brother who called in the tip said that this was basically a revenge plot because the 3 individuals who were killed were all management. So Richard and Stefan were promptly arrested. It's kind of unbelievable. Cannot find a photo of either of the killers either. But I did find their record. Stefan was given a life sentence. And you can see here he was convicted of capital murder. Richard Henson appears to have been sentenced to 45 years. He was not convicted of capital murder, just murder. He can ask for parole, however, in 2026. If he isn't paroled, he won't be released until 2048. Rebecca and her 2 co-workers and her unborn child sadly had to die for $800 and for someone who was pissed off that they got fired. Nothing more cowardly than that. Hello, true crimeers. This is the missing persons case of Patricia Ann Donaldson. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I really don't have a lot of information about her case. But this case is a great example of where misinformation can come in. I'll get into that in a minute. But Patricia was born on March 27th, 1976. And I know that she gave birth to her son, I think it was in 2001. And at the time of this story, she's living in Jackson, Ohio. So this is where the misinformation comes in. So according to websites like the Charlie Project and the Ohio Attorney General's website, they state that Patricia Donaldson was last seen on August 27th, 2009 at the age of 33. When I found this Facebook page that was about Patricia Ann Donaldson that was started by her mom, this says that Patricia was last seen in August of 2005 when she was 29 years old. All of the sites, including here, indicate she was last seen on Sour Run Road in Ray, Ohio. It's just the dates that I'm not positive on. I tried reaching out to this page because I'm trying to get better at that, but this page has not been active since 2016. And there are several Kathy Faulkners, and I don't know which one is the correct one. So if Kathy Faulkner by chance sees this video, please offer any feedback. So I guess Patricia was living with her husband, whose name was Mark, at the time. She left the house that afternoon, was on Sour Run Road, where there were people who saw her, and then she has never been seen since. According to some sites, Mark seemed to fall off the grid for some time. He came back out into the light when he was arrested for unrelated charges. And I don't know if they have any suspicion that he's involved in this at all. I don't know. Apparently, they have searched the property that Patricia and Mark used to live on multiple occasions because they had unconfirmed reports that her body may be there, but they've never found anything. But unfortunately, that is all I have on her story. She hasn't been seen since. There's been no sightings. No trace of her has ever been found, and there are almost no articles written about her case. Patricia was a mother. Sadly, I don't know the status of the child and who he's with, but Patricia was 5'6", 130 pounds, with brown, long hair, blue eyes. She has a light-colored birthmark on her abdomen. She also has a C-section scar. And they noted that one of her front teeth is slightly discolored. Just to point out, any features that may help recognize her. If you have any information, please call 740-286-6464. Oh. We're just going straight up. This is just straight up to the sky. Okay. Coaster to heaven. That's fine. I guess I'm ready for it. We're just going straight up. Again, I'm panicking. I'm not panicking, you're panicking. Why is no one else panicking? Oh, there's a little drop. Here we go. Why are there no screams or anyone having fun? No one's making a sound. They're all just like this on the coaster. This is fun. I'm having a great time. Anyway, hello true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured right here behind me is the Lagoon Amusement Park located in Utah. And this big old bitch behind me, it's just called Roller Coaster. No fancy name. It was built in 1921. It's the oldest wooden roller coaster they have. That's a big no for me. Well, this particular story happened in June of 1989. A 13-year-old girl was riding the roller coaster. Her name was Kylie King, and she was there with friends and family. Well, for reasons completely unknown to anyone, Kylie, when the coaster was at the very top of one of these hills, she decided to stand up. She was able to just undo whatever bar or harness was there, and she stood up. So, as it was going down one of the slopes, she flew out of the cart. She fell between 35 to 40 feet to the concrete below. It's believed she was killed on impact because she landed on her head and her neck was snapped. There was a point where her family tried to sue the theme park because of the death, stating that somehow they were negligent, but they discovered that this family had season passes and she rode this roller coaster literally all the time. And there's never really been any issues with it. Sure, the safety mechanisms should not have allowed her to stand up, but they met the safety standards. I'm sorry, but this would not have happened if she did not stand up. 50 years ago, they found her in this field, and to this day, they are still wondering who killed her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pauline Dudley. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Pauline Ivy Dudley was 17 years old. She was living in an apartment with her boyfriend in Milton, Ontario, Canada. On August 10th, 1973, Pauline would spend some time with her friends. When they were done, her friends dropped her off at Pauline's parents' house, which is in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Pauline hung out with her parents for a bit, and then at approximately 10 p.m., she would leave her parents' home and head back to her apartment. Apparently, Pauline would attempt to hitchhike back, which is something that she did with her friends all the time. And in 1973, it was not an unusual practice. Unfortunately, it's kind of stories like this as to why we are now more cautious about hitchhiking. Pauline never arrived home. The following day, her boyfriend would report her missing. On August 28th, 1973, a few weeks after she vanished, she was found here in this field, which at the time had a lot of, it was a wheat field. Her body was partially covered with some hay, but she was pretty badly decomposed. The coroner was not truly able to determine her cause of death, and they could not determine if she had been sexually assaulted or not. They did, however, detect that she had a hairline fracture to her jaw, so they know that someone at least struck her pretty hard in the face. Her wallet was near her body with all of the cash that she had in it, so they know that the motive wasn't robbery. She wasn't missing any jewelry or anything. Police would interview the boyfriend, and they were able to clear him pretty quickly. They interviewed other people in her life, and they were not able to ever establish an actual suspect. Apparently, they had suspects over the years, but none of them they were ever able to charge with anything, because there just wasn't any evidence on them. There was DNA collected at the time, but again, this is 1973, before DNA was really relevant. And from what I understand, that DNA, they've never been able to generate an actual profile. So even if they have someone in mind, they may never be able to link it. At one point, there was a suspect, a guy that they considered to be a potential serial killer in the area. They gave him the name Larry Talbot. That's not his actual name, but they believed that this guy was responsible for numerous murders in that area. They even found a sexual assault kit in his vehicle. He was a suspect in Pauline's murder as well as 8 other people, but was never able to be linked to any of them, and he has since died. It's now been 50 years and nobody knows who killed Pauline Dudley. It started with him getting fired from his job, and it ended with him being executed. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Roderick Davey. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have any photos related to this case, and I don't have any real photos of the victims. There didn't really even appear to be any news coverage that I could see. But this story took place in Warren, Ohio, specifically at the Veterinary Companies of America. Roderick Davey worked for the VCA for roughly a year, but he was fired in April of 1991. Everyone said that when he worked there, for the most part, he got along with everyone, and even after he was fired, he kind of kept in good contact with some of the folks who still work there. But apparently, he did not take being fired so well. He had been brewing up some anger over it, and on June 27th, 1991, he would act out on that anger. At approximately 7:30 in the morning on that June 27th day, Roderick Davey managed to sneak his way back into the VCA. One of the employees, William John Everett, was loading up his truck for deliveries when all of a sudden he sees Roderick coming outside with a gun to the back of another employee's head. And specifically, that was Tracy Jeffries. There was also another employee there named John Ira Coleman. So Roderick basically rounded up the 3 employees and he had them all lay face down on the ground. He said something like, "So, you all still work for the VCA, huh?" And that's when William John Everett heard the gunshots, and then he felt a gunshot go into the back of his own head. Also shot in his shoulder and his arm, but he was alive still. John Ira Coleman was then shot next in the back of his head, and he was killed instantly. William Everett, who has a bullet in the back of his head, he then hears Tracy get up and try to run. Roderick then sees that William is still alive, and he says to him, "So you ain't dead yet, brother?" And then he shoots him again. He then chases after Tracy. William, again, unbelievably still alive, hears Roderick then scream at Tracy, "You're lucky I'm out of bullets, bitch." He hears Tracy screaming, and then suddenly she stops screaming. And then Roderick, thinking everyone is dead now, he flees. William manages to get back up, and he actually manages to run to the street, where he flags a car down and then sees Roderick speeding away from the scene. Roderick tries to run William over, but then he ends up crashing, and then Roderick jumps out of the car and he runs. Back at the scene, when police arrive, John Ira Coleman is pronounced dead, as is Tracy Jeffries. Tracy had actually been beaten to death by a metal folding chair. Roughly an hour after the murders took place, one of Roderick's friends called police and said, "The guy that just committed those murders, I have him here." He ratted his friend out. So police arrived and they apprehended him. When they interviewed him, he told police, "I just flipped out this morning. I went down to the VCA and I shot him up." He just fully admitted to doing it. They also found stolen items off of the victims in his possession. They found a bloody shirt that was on him, and that blood tested positive for one of the murder victims. They also found the gun in his possession, and they tested it, and it was confirmed to be the exact gun that fired the fatal shots. So he was obviously arrested and charged with a bunch of charges, including kidnapping, robbery, and homicide. He would end up being found guilty on all charges and was sentenced to death. But then there would be efforts to commute his death sentence, stating that basically he asked for a lawyer before he confessed. They also stated that police enticed this confession out of him. However, there was still a lot of physical evidence that tied him directly to this. Not to mention the friend who turned him in, but most importantly, William John Coleman survived despite being shot multiple times. And he positively ID'd Roderick as the man who did this. So his murder conviction was upheld. And on August 10th, 2010, Roderick Davey was executed by lethal injection. These three monsters put her through absolute hell. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and it is the case of Roylyn Rides Horse. Viewer discretion is advised. Her full name is Roylyn Louise Rides Horses Bright Wings, and she was born on January 8th, 1988. And she was a very proud member of the Crow Reservation in Montana. At the time of this story, Roylyn is 28 years old, and she is the wonderful mother to 6 children. And she did also have a boyfriend. It was the morning of April 17th, 2016, and on Castle Rock Road, just, I guess, away from the little area of Kirby, a rancher saw what he thought was a calf. Dead on the side of the road. But on closer inspection, he noticed it was a person. Her body was completely burnt, but she was still alive, and she was asking for water. And it would soon be discovered that the individual on the road was Roylyn Rides Horse. She was rushed to a hospital there on the Crow Reservation, and she had been severely beaten, and they could determine that she had been doused in gasoline and lit on fire. They think that she managed to stand up and walk like 2-3 miles down the road after her attackers had just fled the scene, and then she just finally collapsed. They determined that she was found 14 hours after this happened. So she suffered for 14 hours. Her injuries were so severe that they would send her to a hospital in Utah, where she spent 2 months there. But sadly, on June 28th, 2016, Roylyn Rides Horse passed away. Police had been working on this case, though. On the night of April 16th, 2017, she had gone to the Kirby Saloon with her boyfriend, but her and her boyfriend got into an argument, and it sounds like the boyfriend left. Roylyn was then offered a ride home by this woman, Angelica Whiteman. Angelica would get this individual involved. His name is DiMarzio Sanchez. And then DiMarzio's brother was also there. His name is Frank. So allegedly, Angelica was in the back seat with Roy Lynn, and they got into an argument over a guy. And it escalated into a physical fight in the back of the car. So eventually they stopped on Castle Rock Road, where she forced Roy Lynn out of the car, and the two of them, both of them, were throwing fists at each other. They were fighting. But sadly, Roy Lynn would succumb to all these punches, and then Angelica tried to strangle her. She was able to strangle her until she fell unconscious, but she did not die. So this is when DiMarzio then asks his brother Frank to get the gasoline can out of the car, which they had for some reason. And then DiMarzio would dump the entire thing of gasoline all over Roy Lynn. And then he set her on fire. And then these three pieces of shit got into the car and sped away. Meanwhile, Roy Lynn is burning for God knows how long. She had been severely beaten and nearly strangled to death. But she suffered for 14 hours because of them, and then died 2 months later. So after the investigation, it was pretty thorough. All three of these individuals would be arrested and charged with their parts in the murder. Frank Sanchez was convicted of accessory after the fact, I guess, and he was given a 9-year sentence. Angelica was convicted of murder and given a 40-year sentence. And DiMarzio, since he was the one who lit her on fire, he was convicted and sentenced to 100 years in prison. Oh, I hope they're treating you so well. The animal is talking. That's alarming. What is this place? Why are there animals singing folk tale? What is this? What is that? Why is it singing? Is that a bunny rabbit who owns a trailer? What is that? I didn't ask to be here. What the fuck? Is that a bear anus? Am I looking at a bear anus? This is a kid's ride? Okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Hey, we're actually doing this ride. So today we're actually going to Disney's Magic Kingdom in Florida. And this occurred on Splash Mountain, which from what I understand is permanently closed and being dismantled. But this incident occurred in 2000. Splash Mountain is located in Frontierland. And on November 5th, 2000, a 37-year-old man was there visiting from St. Petersburg, Florida, and he was with friends and family. They boarded their little log, and they got about halfway through the ride when suddenly, near the Brer Rabbit area, the man got off the ride. He climbed out of it, and this is allegedly because he felt very sick, and he was actually trying to communicate with staff members who were there. But apparently no one was responding to him. But, the logs just kept going, and his friends are calling for help. And so in this area, he's trying to, cross the waterway to get to the other side of this. And one of the other logs, which they can't stop it, the people on the log can't stop it, it just basically ran over him, and it dragged him, and it crushed him underneath it. They said it hit him somewhere around his torso, but then he just kind of fell backwards. Unfortunately, rescue came too late. They got him out and he was rushed to the hospital, but sadly he died just a few short hours later from crush injuries. He was trying to go towards the emergency exit he saw because he was really, really sick, he said. I guess if you're that sick, you're not really thinking clearly. The ride doesn't move super fast, but I don't know how deep that water is, and it may be very difficult to cross it. But yeah, that's a really horrible way to go. If you sit in this chair, you will die forever. Obviously forever, Mike, you stupid motherfucker. This is the story of the chair of death. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. Is that Edward from Twilight? Could be. This guy was Thomas Busby. His body was apparently made only of paint. Back in 1702, god damn, you're an old bitch. Back in 1702, this fella murdered someone, specifically his father-in-law. And this is in North Yorkshire in the UK. Well, he was convicted of the murder and he was sentenced to death by hanging. On his way to his execution, he asked, hey, could we stop by my favorite pub so I can grab one last drink? And I guess they let it happen. I don't know if this is the exact same building, but it's the same, location. But they would stop here at this bar, which has since been renamed the Busby Stoop. He had his drink while sitting in this chair, and then when he got up and was on his way to the gallows, he cursed the chair. He basically stated, anyone who sits in this chair will die almost immediately. And apparently, it's come true. I don't know why I did that. Ugh. Legend says that during World War II, soldiers would sit in the chair while taking a rest, and then those soldiers would go back out to the fight and would never return, if you know what I mean. In 1967, two pilots who were friends, they dared sit in the chair. After they left the bar, they were driving and they crashed. Both died. Then another time, there were some bricklayers who went there and they dared each other to sit in the chair because at that point it's become like this cursed chair and everyone's daring everyone to sit in it. Well, one of the bricklayers did sit in the chair. Later that same day, the bricklayer fell from a high location and died. Allegedly, a roofer sat on the chair once, and then later that same day, the roof collapsed and he died. Now, these past couple stories did happen. These people did die. The next one's maybe a bit of a stretch, but a woman had fallen into the chair while cleaning, and soon afterwards they discovered that she had a brain tumor, and eventually that tumor killed her. Many blamed the chair. So the pub owner moved the chair to the basement because, well, it's evil. It's an evil fucking chair, yeah. Well, a delivery man went down to the basement one time and he decided, I'm gonna sneak a sit. He popped a squat, then left the bar. On his way, his truck crashed, he died. So the pub owner said, get this fucking thing out of here forever. So they donated the chair to a museum, where they have now strung it up 5 feet in the air so nobody can sit in it. There was also a story that came out after the chair was strung up to the wall, where apparently a truck driver had picked up an airman. On the way to their destination, the airman needed to go to the bathroom, so they stopped at the Busby Inn. While waiting, the truck driver sat in the chair. But for some reason, the airman never came out of the bathroom, and so the truck driver was like, F this guy, and he took off. And then the airman came out like, where's my ride? And they said he left. And the airman then located the driver. I'm not sure how soon afterwards he did that, but he had a brick in his hand and he bashed in the guy's head. He killed the driver for leaving him. Did the chair cause this to happen? The rumor also goes that shortly before these people died, they would see ghostly visions. Maybe the chair is made of life insurance policies. Those are the most deadly things on the face of the earth. But not all of these stories can be confirmed to say, like, yeah, these deaths did occur after sitting in the chair. But there are a handful of them that are real. People sat in the chair, and they can confirm shortly afterwards that person died. Was it just coincidence? Did maybe the legend and the ghost stories get to their heads and that made them freak out somehow and cause these accidents to happen? Or did this oily little vampire bitch curse the chair? You know what? I think I'd sit in it. Yeah. I'd sit on your wood. The chair. The chair. Would you do it? Ooh. Oh, I think the chair just gave me throat herpes or something. I don't know, fucking... Anyway, would you do it? I'd do it. Fuck it. I'd do it. Sharing custody was apparently just too much to ask. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephen Moore. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Stephen Moore was a 42-year-old divorced father of one. Back in 2007, he would marry Kathleen Dorsett. The two of them would then have a baby girl named Elizabeth. Stephen was described as a really wonderful father. He absolutely loved Elizabeth and doted on her any opportunity he had. Stephen was described as a really happy guy, very happy-go-lucky, fun to be around, and he loved to travel a lot, especially with his mom. However, his marriage to Kathleen Dorsett was really not great. They divorced after only a few years of marriage, and it was finalized in 2010. Kathleen was a kindergarten teacher at the time. Now, Stephen basically, obviously, fought to have joint custody of Elizabeth. Kathleen didn't really like that. Kathleen said to Stephen, hey, me and my parents, we're going to be moving to Florida, so we're going to be moving away from you. And at the time, all of them were living in the Oakhurst, New Jersey area. So she planned to move far away and take Elizabeth with her. Stephen obviously didn't like that, and so this caused a pretty serious issue. And he was going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that she couldn't just take Elizabeth. Kathleen would tell her father, Thomas Dorsett, that, well, Stephen's a bad guy. And Thomas just had a lot of animosity towards Stephen. So what would he and Kathleen do? Surely he would just recommend to his daughter, hey, let's just have a civil custody hearing and we can fix this in the courts, right? No. Stephen Moore would be reported missing on August 16th, 2010. It was actually his employer who reported him missing. So the police would go to the last place that they heard Stephen was seen, at the Dorsett house. Kathleen and her parents were like, he was here, then he left. But according to neighbors, there was a loud scream that came from this house on the morning of August 16th. The neighbors went out to investigate and they said they saw Kathleen over something, and Kathleen screamed, it's our dog, he's having a seizure. And so I guess no one thought anything of it. 2 days later, on August 18th, they found a burned out vehicle. It was a 2001 Nissan Altima, and they found it in Long Branch, New Jersey. Inside the charred out vehicle was a body. They found out the vehicle belonged to the mother of Stephen Moore. And then through dental examinations, they discovered that the body inside was 42-year-old Stephen Moore. The coroner would determine that he died of blunt force trauma. Police immediately began to suspect the Dorsetts because it was the last place Stephen was ever seen again. Police were able to obtain CCTV footage of Thomas Dorsett throwing away what looked like something like a pipe maybe, and a rope, and various other items. And a pipe or some kind of thick cable would match up to what was used on Stephen to kill him. So they go back to the Dorsett home and they place some people under arrest. Specifically Kathleen and Thomas Dorsett. They are both charged with murder. The custody battle, which had become very bad, was the driving force to this entire thing. And Kathleen basically would crack and say what happened. Kathleen essentially lured Stephen to the Dorsett home that morning to drop Elizabeth off. She then told Stephen to go to the garage to pick up a set of tools to bring to her dad. What Stephen didn't know is that Thomas Dorsett was waiting, and he had a thick cable that he then struck Stephen over the head with numerous times. He then took a rope and he strangled Stephen to make sure he was dead. And this wasn't the only crime the Dorsetts had committed. They also had Mama Dorsett involved. Leslie Dorsett was arrested and charged with solicitation of another murder. Her and her daughter had tried to hire a hitman to kill Stephen Moore's mother, Evelyn. This is because Evelyn was granted custody of Elizabeth after the courts determined Leslie was not a good fit. And this is when Kathleen and Thomas are already in jail awaiting trial. This is Leslie walking into a Target with the money in hand to pay for the hit. She didn't know that it was actually an undercover person, and that's why she was arrested and charged. Through the investigation, they also discovered that this man, Anthony Morris, apparently a friend to Thomas, he was hired to be the one to actually burn the vehicle. He was paid a couple $1,000s to do it, so he was arrested and charged as well. Thomas Dorsett, in the parking lot of his lawyer's firm, he tried to end his own life inside his vehicle, but he failed. And after this, he would end up pleading guilty. He got 30 years for the murder and 15 years for conspiracy to commit arson. He'll be 93 years old when eligible for parole. This smug little biatch, Kathleen Dorset, also pled guilty to murder and solicitation to commit murder, attempted murder, arson. She got 30 years plus 20 years plus 8 years. She'll be 83 when she can ask for parole. Aw, look at this cute family photo of Thomas and Leslie Dorset. Anyway, Leslie was sentenced to 7 years in prison for solicitation to commit murder. She served her time and has since been released. Anthony Morris pled guilty and he got 7 years in prison. There's 2 victims in this case. Elizabeth also is a victim. Because of this, she lost her father forever, her mother forever, her grandparents, and all because she had a loving father who just wanted to be her father. So, hello, true crimerers. There is an unfortunate update in the Suzanne Morphew case. Here is the quick video I made. It's kind of cringy. I made it a couple years ago, but here is that video.
This is the case of Barry Morphew. Cheer up, Buttercup. Around May 10th, 2020, Barry's wife, 48-year-old Suzanne Morphew, went for a bike ride she would never return from. Suzanne was reported missing by a neighbor. The search for Suzanne has lasted over a year, but she has not turned up. When suddenly on May 5th, 2021, Barry was arrested for the murder of Suzanne. He was charged with murder in the first degree, tampering with a deceased human body, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of a dangerous weapon. Now again, her body hasn't been found, so speculation is saying that police must know something to be able to charge him with all of these. He was also charged with attempt to influence a public servant when he, I thought I was done with you, Donnie McDaughterbanger. He mailed in a ballot for Donald Trump under Suzanne's name, saying she would have voted for him. There's no trial date yet.
So I posted that video in 2021, but since then, in 2022, the charges against Barry Morphew were dropped. One of the biggest factors in that is that Suzanne's body had not been located. There were also, I guess, a lot of legal snafus, some things that were done incorrectly. There were like deadlines missed. Apparently it was just like kind of a hot mess from the get-go. So the judge dismissed those charges without prejudice, which means that he could be charged again with the same, charges. I don't know if that's actually going to happen at all, but it was announced this morning that the remains of Suzanne Morphew have finally been discovered. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation announced that on September 22nd, human remains were found during a search that actually had nothing to do with the Suzanne Morphew case. However, at the time of me filming this video, they are not announcing the exact location where she was found, and they have not announced her cause of death. No arrests have been made. Charges have not been placed back onto Barry Morphew at this time, and this is still ongoing. And police are still asking the public if you guys have any information that pertains to the now death of Suzanne Morphew. Please contact 719-312-7530. How is it unfortunate no one has doubted she's been dead for years? Maybe now there can be justice. Sorry, I guess. I say it's unfortunate just because now the family has that confirmation. You know what I mean? They can speculate and guess and pretty much believe that she's been deceased, but I guess just if it was my family member, I would still find it unfortunate that there's now confirmation that my family member is in fact dead. There is always going to be that small sliver of hope that especially family or loved ones will have when their loved one is missing and no trace of them has ever been found or seen. You do have, a lot of people do have that, they hang on to that, there is a chance, there is a possibility. So when I said at the beginning of that video about Suzanne Morphew, that there is an unfortunate update, I was working off of that. Is it not unfortunate that she is in fact deceased? You can still believe 99.99% this entire time that, she has been deceased, but is it still not unfortunate that she is deceased, even now that it's confirmed, I'm so confused by this. It's just such a bizarre thing to call out. I will never change that about me. I will always find the confirmed death of a person, despite, having, well, she's probably gone. I will still think it's unfortunate that it's been confirmed that that person is deceased. That's just me. Just me, I guess. Silly me. I guess it's compassion, empathy, sympathy. I don't know. It's one of those. It's maybe all of them. What should I have come out with? Well, we all thought she was dead. We all knew she was dead, but now we have confirmation that she's dead. Like, really? Come on. Seriously? It's unfortunate. A person is deceased. Yes, let's hope justice is served. But it will always be unfortunate that an innocent person is found dead. Despite whatever feelings and thoughts we had about it all of these years, it is still always going to be unfortunate. Now, time for the weather. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Terry Lee Hankins. Viewer discretion is advised. You know who he looks like? He looks like the guy who did the voice of Pumbaa. He looks like Mr. Carosi. Oh, he looks like me. Oh. Terry Lee Hankins was born on October 10th, 1974. And basically, he lived his whole life in Texas. His parents divorced when he was pretty young. He says that when he was growing up in his father's house, his stepmoms had sexually abused him. But by the age of 18, he basically moved out on his own and he got married. And he got married to Tammy Bryce, who had children of her own. On August 26, 2001, Tammy was expected to open up the restaurant where she worked at, but she was a no-show. They also found out, her family, that her children didn't show up to school that day. So they would go to her house. At this point, by the way, she is separated from Terry Hankins. They no longer live together. But when they arrive to her home, Tammy and her two children, 12-year-old Kevin and 11-year-old Ashley, had all been murdered. All three of them had been shot in the head. Police had one suspect in mind, and it was pretty quickly determined who did this. And that would be Mr. Terry Hankins. Police had been called to their home many, many times in the past before they separated because of domestic abuse from him to her. And he was just kind of known as a troublesome person. And, suspiciously, he could not be found. That is until they found out he had a girlfriend. They would go to her apartment complex where they found Tammy's stolen car, in which police discovered that Terry was there. And so a 5-hour standoff would begin. But after that 5 hours, it was able to be de-escalated and he was arrested. He would then admit to murdering his estranged wife and her two children. He also admitted to 2 more murders. A year before this, 2 of his family members went missing. His father, Ernie Hankins, and his half-sister, Pearl Stevenstar. He told police that he had bludgeoned both of them to death on different days, and then he buried both of their bodies. He would tell police where to find their bodies, and lo and behold, they were able to find them. By the way, police didn't even know those 2 people were missing because no one reported them missing at all, which is kind of sad in its own right. But Terry would end up pleading not guilty despite confessing. He said his confession was illegally obtained, but the court said no. He would go to trial and he was found guilty of 2 counts of capital murder, and he was sentenced to death. He was executed on May 14th, 2002. For 2 days, people swam in this public pool not realizing that there was a body at the bottom. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, the death itself was not very unusual, but the circumstances around it were very unusual. Pictured here was 36-year-old Marie Joseph. She was originally born in Haiti, but then moved to the States. She would go on to have 5 children, and she was described as a very, very lovely woman. I believe she worked in Rhode Island, but then this story takes place in Massachusetts. specifically here at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Pool at Lafayette Park. This is a photo of Marie Joseph at that very pool on June 26, 2011. This was moments before her death. Now, if you could see, the water is very murky. It was described by people as being very milky and very, very hard to see anything just below the surface. So if something was at the bottom of that pool, no one could see it. So Marie Joseph and I believe a child that she was there with friends would both go down this slide. Apparently the child went down first, Marie went down next and landed on the child, but the child came up. Marie was seen coming up out of the water, taking a big inhale of air, and then she went back down. But then she never came back up. And this is where it gets really fucking frustrating. So 2 children who were there kind of with her, again with friends, they went to the lifeguard and said, hey, this person we haven't seen them come up from the water. One of the lifeguards was on break and they're like, I'll check later. Another lifeguard said, okay, I will go do a check. He didn't. It was a very busy pool. A lot of people were there. Apparently Marie's friends just assumed she had gone home with a friend, but she didn't because she never resurfaced in the pool. I don't understand how the adults who were there with her didn't look for her. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. Because the children said, hey, she hasn't come back up, and then no one did anything. For the next 2 days, people, including children, swam in this pool. The entire time, the body of Marie Joseph, who drowned, was at the bottom of that pool. Nobody noticed, nobody saw, because the water was, at that point, green and murky. And then a little more than 2 days later, some teenagers snuck into the pool at night and saw a body floating at the top. That's because decomposition kicked in and it caused the gases in the body to basically lift to the surface. And it was the body of Marie Joseph. The autopsy showed that she drowned. The investigation started then. They discovered that the pool had been closed until summer, and when the employees got there to fill the pool, the bottom was full of dirt, leaves, and just a lot of yuck. And instead of cleaning it out, they just filled the pool. They assumed the filters would basically take care of the mess. The filters were broken. They didn't take care of anything. The water became milky, a greenish color, but the employees, they just didn't do anything. They didn't seem to care. You know, they're supposed to do checks at the bottom of the water when people are in it every 15, 30 minutes or so. They didn't do that either. They even found out that a city health inspector inspected the pool as it was and approved it. The water was unsafe for people to be in it. But several employees of the city said, nah, it's good. And people swam in it. And then a woman drowned in it, and it was so murky that nobody could see that there was a body in the pool, just below the feet of kids swimming. The pool, by the way, where she had drowned was at 12 feet. So, I believe 4 people were fired. I think 2 people were given criminal charges in order to pay a hefty amount of fines. And then her family was given a settlement, but that amount has not been disclosed. They would go on to completely destroy the pool and rebuild it. And now the deepest part of the pool is at 5 feet 6 inches. And now employees are required, mandated, to do checks of the pool every 15 minutes to make sure they could see the bottom. How she drowned is kind of a mystery. Her friend said she knew how to swim, so no one really knows how exactly she drowned, but she did. But if the employees actually took care of that pool, they might have actually been able to see her drowning, and they might have actually been able to save her life. That's basically negligent homicide, in my opinion. Involuntary manslaughter, I don't know, but Maria Joseph did not deserve to go out this way. Could this 8-year-old girl really see ghosts? Maybe. Hello, scarerers. This is the story of the Wyrick family. Real quick before we get started, make sure you follow this page. It is my new official backup, and I'll link my new main page down below. Pictured here is the Wyrick family, and they lived in Ellerslie, Georgia. In February of 1989, they had moved to a new house. And almost immediately after they moved in, their daughter started to tell them some very bizarre stories. A lot of these are images from the show Unsolved Mysteries. But 8-year-old Heidi Weyrich was in the living room playing one day when someone knocked on their door. She opened it and she saw this old man standing there. He was holding his arm against his stomach and he had blood all over his shirt. And it looked like he didn't have a hand. He told her that his name was Con. He tells her, hey, I have a swing set next door if you want to come play. So Heidi runs to her mom in the kitchen. She says, hey, can I go play at the neighbor's house? She's like, the fuck? What? When the mom goes out there, the door's open, but there's no man there. There's no man anywhere around the house. She thought some stranger came to the house to kidnap her daughter. Apparently, this man, Con, would come by the house kind of all the time and play with Heidi outside. But the parents never saw him. Then it's got the side profile of Trump. Then Heidi said another older man would show himself on their property. This man called himself Gordy, and this was a different person. He would push her on the swing set that they had in their backyard. He would play with her. Both of these older men were very, very friendly. The parents never saw them. The parents had mentioned these names to like their family, and so apparently Heidi's mom, her sister purchased one of the houses next door to theirs. And the sister found one of the old, I guess, the deeds of the house, and on it was the name James S. Gordy, a man who died in 1974. Now, this following video is the actual video of Heidi picking out his photo from a sea of photos.
That one looks like him.
That is Mr. Gordy, you're right.
Heidi picked him out essentially out of a photo lineup. Her family, never had seen this man before. No one in her family even knew him. But she said, that is the man who I've been seeing at the house. And because of a family member, I think related to Mr. Gordy, that's how they discovered the identity of the other old man. Heidi again picked out his photo from a lineup. His name was Lon Bachelor. Lon, not Con. But damn close enough for this little girl to have known this person's name. And the way he's holding his arm is the way she was first introduced to him. Lon was missing a hand. Lon lost his hand in a freak textile accident when he was in his 20s, I guess. Again, the Weyrich family had no idea who this man was. Heidi, the family, had never seen photos of him before. They had zero connections to Lon or to the other man. So how Heidi was able to choose both of these men out of photo lineups is who knows. But like I said, both of these men were always very benevolent to Heidi. And then Heidi's mom got pregnant. And then Heidi, for some reason, was visited by a not-so-nice ghost. One day she was playing in the living room when all of a sudden, a creepy man just sort of came out of the shadows staring at her from the hallway. He didn't do anything, he didn't say anything, he just stood there and stared. Scared the daylights out of her? Don't blame her. He kept appearing and kept being very ominous, and he just kept scaring the shit out of Heidi. Then Heidi's sister was born, and very shortly after that, Heidi was attacked. She woke her parents up in the middle of the night and she had 3 scratches across her cheek. This is a recreation, not an actual photo. She says there was no one in her room, there was nothing in her room that scratched her. She felt the scratch across her face. Her dad was like, okay, it was probably just her. She scratched herself on accident in her sleep. But then the very next night, he, the father, had 3 claw marks across his side. And then the night after that, he had claw marks down his back. He was like, well, maybe it's just a rat. Bitch, the rat? Who, Splinter? What rat leaves those kind of claw marks? A rat, Jesus. At any rate, they had this fella, a parapsychologist, William Roll, come to the house and talk to Heidi. And he pretty much determined that they were dealing with a genuine thing. That these were very real experiences. If you believe in that sort of thing. There's been no explanation as to why Heidi started to see these apparitions. The family continued living in the home, and she lived there until she was a young adult, I guess, and then she moved out. She said she hasn't seen any of the 2 older men in a very, very long time. However, the scary apparition, this mysterious dark-figured man who comes out in the shadows, he apparently visits her all the time still, as do other entities. But she said that she basically just kind of accepts it. Heidi's story inspired a movie that has probably the dumbest movie title of all time. The Haunting in Connecticut 2, Ghosts of Georgia. The fuck? Well then shouldn't it be The Haunting in Georgia? I get they're trying to go with a series, but it's 2 different states. That's so dumb. And this didn't even happen. What? How would you react if one of your kids started seeing this stuff in their house? What would you do? I'd burn the house down, quite frankly. That's why I'm not a parent, so. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Teresa Lynn Still. Viewer discretion is advised. Teresa was born on September 30th, 1966 in Glendale, California. Eventually, at some point, the family would move to Wisconsin. She would graduate from Whitehall High School, and then she went on to attend Western Wisconsin Technical College. She would go on to work at multiple hospitals, and that's exactly what she was doing at the time of this case. She was working at a hospital, I think, in Eau Claire County. Her friends and family said that she loved to do antique decorating. She loved quilting, she loved canning, she loved sewing, she loved gardening, she loved country music, and she loved traveling. She was very close to her family, and she was one of the best friends you could have. She was in a relationship, though, with this man, Gregory Gubernot. At the time of this case, he was an unemployed construction worker who was basically mooching off of Teresa. He was also violent. It got to a point where Teresa was downright, scared of this man, but also scared to leave him or kick him out of her house because, unfortunately, that's just the way that domestic abuse goes. People like this essentially are able to hold women hostage, and it's very hard to get out of that situation, very difficult. But Teresa wanted to, and she was trying to find ways to do it. Teresa was last seen in Altoona on December 27th, 2009, at a local tavern. When she was there, she told friends she was afraid to go back to her house. She didn't want to because he was there. But then she kind of left, and then no one ever saw her again. On December 30th, 2009, her body had been found. Not at her home, it was in just a different location. And she had clearly been murdered. The number one suspect, of course, was Gregory. A couple of days later, they would find Gregory because he had used his credit cards, and that's how they were able to track him down. He was arrested and charged with her murder. He would go on to say that at least 4 men broke into the house that night. And they said, "We're taking Teresa and give us her car." He made up these wild stories about what actually happened to her. But what police believe happened is that she went home that night when she told her friends she was afraid to because he was getting worse. They got into some kind of fight and he killed her and then dumped her body. In June of 2010, a trial was set, but Gregory would never go to trial because Gregory took the coward's way out. And by doing so, he basically confessed. He was found hanging in his jail cell with a bedsheet. He was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. He took his own life so that he didn't have to face punishment for what he did. He glued himself to death. Kinda. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst unusual deaths. Viewer discretion and a skosh of common sense is advised. This story took place in Goldfield, Nevada. Nevada? Nev Campbell. No. And it happened in 1908. Back when I was still trying to graduate from high school, I was on my 4th attempt. There was a grifter who would just wander around the streets of this town. He was a bit of an odd duck and he just, wandered around. But one day in 1908, he was found deceased in the streets. There was no obvious signs of what killed him until the autopsy. A post-mortem examination was performed by Dr. Turner, the county physician, on the remains of the unknown man who died near the automobile garage. As a result, the doctor has concluded that the man was nearly starved and that he had eaten the contents of a glass jar of library paste. The digestive and respiratory organs showed a badly run-down condition. The identity of the man has not been determined beyond the fact of his having a letter addressed to the name of Ross. Aunt Rachel. This is a jar of library paste. I guess this is something that was commonly used back then. So what were its ingredients? What made it lethal? So I looked it up, and it basically was, back then, flour, water, and 60% alum. And it was that 60% alum mixed in that basically made it lethal if you ingested the entire jar. The man was so hungry, he was starved, and he ate the entire jar of library paste. And it destroyed his organs. I don't know how long it took, but long enough for his organs to basically crap out on him. So they buried him in this grave that just says, unknown man, died eating library paste, July 14th, 1908. Some people believe that this is some kind of joke, or it's an urban legend, because they say, well, the red paint on the grave, it looks so new, how come it hasn't degraded? But people usually respond with, well, there are people out there who care for these types of graves, and they will come back and possibly repaint this grave. It happens. People do it. People clean them all the time, and people will, make the wording stand out more. But most importantly, you have the article with regards to what the coroner said. A man died eating paste. By far one of the most unusual deaths I've ever covered. This photo was taken when there were 2 dead bodies just feet away from them. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tyler Hadley. Viewer discretion is advised. Tyler Hadley grew up in Port St. Lucie, Florida with his brother and his 2 parents. Blake and Mary Jo were described as wonderful parents who loved their 2 boys, and they only ever just wanted the best for them. But sometimes, unfortunately, you just can't control how a person ends up. Around the time this case happened, Blake and Mary Jo had tried everything they could think of to help their son Tyler. Tyler was troublesome. He was into drugs and alcohol, even at the young age of 17. They tried to get him help through a psychiatrist, a couple psychiatrists, therapists. When that didn't work, they would then put him into a drug rehabilitation center, a program, because Tyler had driven his car while drunk. So Mary Jo took the car away from him and his cell phone, and that's when the rehabilitation program was being discussed. This really pissed off Tyler. So Tyler would tell one of his friends, I want to murder my mom. But the friend was like, oh, okay, so says every teenager at some point. And the friend did nothing about it. On July 16th, 2011, at approximately 12 in the afternoon, Tyler would take to his Facebook page saying, party at my crib tonight. His friends were like, okay, your parents are home and we're not going to allow that. But then he responded back, I'm currently working on it. Sometime before 5 p.m. that night, he popped some ecstasy. He then walked up behind his mother, who was on her computer. He took a hammer and he bashed her skull in. He repeatedly hit her and hit her and hit her. His dad walked in after he heard the screams, and then Tyler took the hammer to him. And then he repeated the attack on his dad, and he had killed both of them. Tyler then took his parents' bodies, put them on the bed, and just threw a whole bunch of crap on top of them. He just ransacked their bedroom. And then he tells his friends, party on. So about 60 people come over to his house and they party. Tyler would tell one of his closest friends, I killed my parents and their bodies are inside their room. He shows his friend the bodies. And then after that reveal, the friend says, hey, let's take a selfie. And so they take this picture together, while his parents are dead, brutally murdered, just feet away. After the party, he puts up another Facebook message, party at my house again tomorrow. But that wouldn't get to happen. His friend would go to police. Police go to the home and they find the bodies. And they discover the hammer that he used. And he seemed to boast about it. He was happy he did it. No remorse whatsoever. So he was arrested. It's reported that while in jail awaiting his trial, there were articles written about him, and he got those articles in prison, and he wrote across those articles, it's hammer time, and referred to himself as Hammer Boy. He gave zero shits that he murdered his parents. So he would go to trial, and he would be found guilty of their murders, and he was at the time sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. While that initial sentencing was going on, there was a new law being worked on. Basically, this law would affect the sentencing of juveniles. But he was sentenced just before that law came into effect. Several years later, they would bring up that law again and they would throw away his sentence. Not his conviction, just a sentence of life without parole. So then he would go through some new hearings and then he would be resentenced. He got life in prison, but now, from what I understand, there is an opportunity for potential coming back to his case and possibly offering parole. But as of right now, he is in prison for life. And if he never is rehabilitated or changes or shows remorse, which apparently years later he did say he felt remorse for what he did, but unless nothing changes, he will be in prison the rest of his life. All because he threw a big tantrum that his parents were just trying to take care of him and just trying to do what they felt was best for him. He killed them in such a brutal way. He's been unidentified for over 100 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Waukesha John Doe of 1921. Viewer discretion is advised. Extra, extra, read all about it, true crimerers. The time was 1921 in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Back before color was invented. I don't think that's right. It was March 8th, 1921, and it was at the Waukesha Lime and Stone Company, a quarry there in Waukesha. Am I saying that right? A few employees noticed that there was someone floating in one of the ponds, and when they got closer, they realized it was a child. And unfortunately, the child was deceased. This is an artist rendering of the little boy. They determined his cause of death was blunt force trauma. He had a very severe blow to his head. They also made this drawing to describe basically the clothing he was wearing. So he was wearing striped rompers, a dark gray sweater, black stockings, white cloth-topped button shoes, and black rubbers. He had blonde curly hair and large light blue eyes. This is another drawing they made of the clothing he was wearing. But who was he? No one identified him. They would end up nicknaming him Little Lord Fauntleroy. An employee of the quarry said that about 5 weeks before he was found, there was a woman who approached him. Well, actually, it was a woman and seemingly her husband. She had asked the employee if they had seen a young boy in the area. The employee said no, and so the couple left, and they never ever came back. That couple has never been located. They've never been found. They've never come forward, even after the image of this boy was released. There were thoughts that he may have been this boy, Homer LeMay. He was a 6-year-old boy who I guess disappeared around that same time, but it's kind of weird because they said that his dad said that Homer was actually killed in South America in some sort of accident. Many people believed that the father had lied about this entire thing, about his son dying in South America and falsifying documents, and I think he was even arrested for that, but it doesn't sound like he was ever found guilty of anything. And to this day, nobody knows if this is that boy or not. Obviously, at this point, his parents are deceased, but, there are probably distant relatives, obviously, who are still around. So I don't know if there's any chance of the genealogical DNA testing that could be done. He was buried in March of 1921. By the way, they believed he died about 5 to 6 weeks before he was found. But over 100 some odd years later, his identity and his murder will probably always remain unsolved. He was last seen walking alone down a highway in the middle of the night, and then he was gone. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Zach Lefebvre. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Zach Lefebvre was a 20-year-old young man who lived in Yarmouth, which is in Nova Scotia, Canada. I guess Yarmouth is a really small little town where basically everybody knows everybody, and a lot of people knew Zach. Zach was described as being very loving, very kind. He was a super adventurous young man. He was really good around kids. He had a lot of nieces and nephews and younger cousins, and the kids just adored him. But on December 31st, New Year's Eve of 2020, Zach would seemingly vanish into thin air. That day and leading into that night, he was just having fun with his friends. They would go to a party, they would drink, they would get drunk. Then the evening took them to Plymouth, which was about 15 minutes or so away from Yarmouth. Zach was invited to a party by a friend, but at that party there were a lot of people who didn't even know Zach, and Zach didn't know them. And allegedly, shortly before midnight, Zach decided to leave that party. But no one really noticed him leaving, and no one really knew why he left. Over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, Zach made a series of short phone calls to friends of his. On the phone, he said that he was walking home, back to Yarmouth. During one of those calls, he told a friend that he took his pants off and he was just walking in his boxers. Later on, witnesses would come forward to actually confirm they saw Zach, or someone who looked like him, walking on Highway 334 in a t-shirt and boxers. Now, the phone calls with his friends, they said he didn't seem out of the ordinary, like he wasn't out of sorts or anything like that. He seemed like his normal self. Obviously, except for the part where he said he took off his pants. But somewhere along this stretch of road of Highway 334, Zach disappeared into the night, and Zach Lefebvre has never been seen since. The next day, when Zach didn't show up to work and he hadn't contacted his family, they reported him missing. So police began to investigate this. They would actually end up finding his pants along Highway 334, and I think another clothing item as well. But there were no signs of foul play, no blood or anything. That's when the witnesses came forward to say at about 12:25 a.m., now on New Year's Day, 2021, that's when they saw Zach walking along the highway in just his boxers and a t-shirt. Those same witnesses drove back the opposite direction about 30 minutes later. He was nowhere in sight. He's not been seen or heard from ever again. Now, it was a really cold night. It was freezing. And so there is a possibility Zach, being intoxicated, could have gone off the side of the road somewhere and, died from the elements. But they searched. They did a really big search of that entire area, all along the highway where he was last seen. And they really branched out. But they haven't found him, any sign of him at all. You would think by now that they would have found something. Some people have floated out the idea that maybe he got involved in the drug world and it cost him his life somehow, some way. Maybe there was a random person who drove by and offered him a ride, and then that one person did something bad to him. The problem is you can have 1,000 theories about what may have happened, but nobody knows what happened. There is no one theory that stands out from the others. Zach was this good guy. He didn't really get in trouble. He seems to be well liked. None of it just doesn't make any sense. This has a lot of similarities to the Brandon Swanson case, or even the Brandon Lawson case. Both of those are extremely similar to this. Both of those men have never been found. Now, those are in different states here in the US, and this is in Canada, so they're not related, but I'm just pointing out how similar they all are. But police there in Nova Scotia are asking for the public's help with any information they may have. If you have any information about the disappearance of Zach Lefebvre, please contact 902-742-9106 or 1-800-222-8477. He died pretending he was about to die. Yeah. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. The Grand Canyon is an absolute spectacle. It is gorgeous. I've been there once before, and it doesn't even look real. It attracts millions of people every year, and it reaches depths of about 6,000 feet, full of cliffs and deadly drops if you were to slip. And that's why, wherever you go, there are guardrails, such as these. It was 1992. A father, his name was Greg, he was there with his daughter. They were doing the touristy thing, and Greg decided he wanted to do kind of like the ultimate dad joke. So as they're hiking around and they're near these guardrails, Greg decides to stand up on one of the rails. This is something that just happens all the time. People hop over these things all the time. Hell, I hopped over it when I went there. But what he did was he got up there, which is very close to a drop. He looked over to make sure that there was something he could land on. So he tells his daughter, look at me, I'm falling. And he does the whole, like, you know, cartwheeling arm things, right? Kind of like Kermit the Frog, like, yeah, kind of thing. And his plan was to basically fall or jump down to a ledge that was just a few feet there next to him. And this was all to scare his daughter or to get her to laugh. But apparently what people saw was he was doing this, and the daughter was basically like, ugh, okay. And she just kept walking. But the dad, he went through with the bit, and he fell off the cliff with an intent of landing on a ledge. Unfortunately, Greg missed the ledge. Greg fell approximately 400 feet to the canyon below. And unfortunately, he was killed on impact. I can't even imagine the level, like your stomach sinks when you realize you have miscalculated that kind of thing. Just the thought and the realization in his head of, oh my God. I know falling that distance probably only took a few seconds, but I can't imagine the level of just sheer fear that was just running through that poor man's mind. But please let this be a lesson. This is not a place where you try to make that kind of joke. Literally one wrong step and you fall to your death. While the Grand Canyon is absolutely gorgeous, it can also be absolutely deadly. Roughly 10 to 12 people die there every single year. So please be very, very cautious.